I'm feeling a little low.
I got you, Dad.
Thanks. Challenge. I'm feeling a little low.
I got you, Dad.
Thanks. Challenge. I'm feeling a little low.
I got you, Dad.
My kids, we would go to these parties and I would pack them like a lunch pail with stuff that they would eat. Now, of course, that's really awkward because everybody else has pizza and a sugary drink, and there's my child with their lunchbox eating their non-sugar based stuff. It puts them in a challenging position and asks them to be okay to be that kid.
So there's the easy and the hard way when it comes to choosing the right foods. I think that this is a challenge every parent has to go through and has to fight with, and find where they're most comfortable and make the best decision they can for their family. But I'm not sure that we have the right answer.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Brian Johnson Podcast. I'm here with my Blueprint co-founder, Kate Tolo, and Dr. Mike Mallon, who is an emergency medicine doctor and also my physician. Today, we're talking about something near and dear to my heart, which is children, health, and wellness. And so this has been something on my mind for the past 22 years of my life since I had my first child. I remember going to the store and looking at the ingredients label and saying, what is this? And then I started reading about the ingredients and I thought, this is a bad situation. But they were in our pantry, stocked, and when we went to their friend's house, they were there as well. It was this common thing that all the kids ate, these foods with high sugar and ingredients which didn't sound great. So I have been fighting that battle for 22 years. It has been very challenging because my kids naturally want to eat those things and their friends have those things. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's other things as well that are very problematic for our kids, including toxins in food and the environment. And so this one is a sensitive and scary topic because children are helpless, and it just breaks my heart and all of our hearts to see that when they're growing up and they have everything before them, they can become disadvantaged by the foods they eat, the air they breathe, the water they drink. So we want to acknowledge in entering this topic that typically we've approached this podcast where we speak about the perils and the science of danger, and then we go through the protocols. Today, we're going to flip it, and we're going to do the protocols that you can focus on, and we're going to try to make it manageable, like things you can actually do, and talk through the nuance of being a parent, bringing these practices inside your home. So with that, Dr. Mallon, Kate Tolo, let's get started. What can we tell adults of the narrow and focused things they can do to keep their children safe and healthy?
I think the first thing to note here is that the good news is that this is all entirely preventable. These are actually things that are in our environment that oftentimes we're unknowingly opting for. So the biggest thing is education. So there are a couple of things we can start with. One is synthetic dyes. Mike, what are synthetic dyes?
Synthetic dyes are colorings that are additive, added to many food products, but like disproportionately added to children's products. The ones that we're thinking of typically are the red and yellow dyes, and those have been linked directly to inattention and to hyperactivity disorders. It probably happens with all of the synthetic dyes. So there's actually been a movement to try to reduce all synthetic dye exposure, especially in children's foods across the board. But the research has been predominantly on red 40 and yellow number 5.
In typical, I think this is the right stats, across food generally, it's around 19% contain synthetic dyes, whereas in children's food, again, like this is companies marketing toward kids, it's a higher percentage, it's around 28%. It's a note for us all to not assume when we look at a product that it's healthy for our kids if it's marketed toward our kids. Actually, maybe it's best to have the opposite assumption and turn it over and look at the back of the packaging. Fortunately, oftentimes it'll say loud and clear red 40 or some sort of other synthetic dye, and so you can know that's not for my kids.
Generally, you can look for those foods that are sort of quote unquote organic. Those typically don't have the synthetic dyes in them, but really the best thing to do is just look at the actual ingredients themselves and look for those specific dyes. But think about like sports drinks, Kool-Aid are big offenders, cereals are big offenders. Anytime when you see like really brilliant and colorful colors in your child's food, that's probably a synthetic dye.
And these things have been linked to things like behavioral effects in children, so ADHD, gut issues, higher risk of cancer, cellular damage. So not to freak you guys out, but it is a serious thing that is worth paying attention to. You both have kids. Have you found that sitting them down and trying to educate them on these topics actually works?
Yes. So interestingly, my son does seem to have some behavioral changes with the synthetic dyes, and we taught him very young to avoid certain color foods, and like he actually pays attention to it. It's kind of interesting, like, you know, because he learned so young. He's like, oh no, I don't eat blue foods.
Yeah.
Like really?
As it relates to the potential harm of ingredients, I think we're still learning the effects of these synthetic dyes and then other ingredients in food. Looking back, though, the removal of lead from gasoline in the 1980s was correlated with an average IQ increase of 2 to 5 points. And looking at this from an economic perspective, that would be worth $8 trillion because there's a 1.8 to 2.4% increase of lifelong earning potential per additional IQ point. And so one of the fastest ways to become a thriving nation is to increase the IQ of your population. And these things, bad, harmful ingredients and toxins can potentially lessen IQ. We are currently having a pretty big and loud debate in the United States about our budget deficit, but never does anyone make the argument that a way to solve the budget is to actually lessen the toxin and bad ingredient load in the United States? It's mostly about cutting Medicare or Medicaid. The insanity is cutting the services that are trying to deal with the catastrophic harm of our toxin and bad food system. So it's really kind of backwards. You can also use this as a vector. When I was explaining this to my kids, I would explain to them the harm that these ingredients were doing to their body. Like it would basically, like when they were in soccer, I would explain after the game when a parent shows up with these Capri Suns. So these little packages that have 20, 30 grams, I'm guessing. I said, if you drink that, you run slower on the field. And they're like, oh, okay, I see that. Or like, you're not going to be able to pass as well or shoot your goals as well. So I tried to connect it to very tangible things that
matter to them.
Yeah, exactly. And so I remember Talmadge was like really responsive, that when I told him that, he was like, I got it. And like, because he was the fastest kid on his team and he did not want to lose that edge. So like Mike, I sat my kids down and I tried to use various tactics to explain how bad ingredients negatively affected the things they cared about. And this is also very similar to the idea of sleep culture in a family. So as we go through these things today, and we talked about the synthetic dyes and how Mike spoke to his son about this, the same you could do with sleep and say, we are a family of sleep. This is our rule for screen time. We turn screens off 60 minutes before bed. We don't eat, this amount of time before bed. Nobody gets out of their bed during the night unless there's an emergency. Nobody wakes anyone up ever. And you have a star chart where you're giving these assessments. We've talked about this on a previous podcast. So you could actually follow the same protocol that we're going to talk about today in terms of sugars, dyes, and other ingredients, that you just establish a family culture. Now, of course, there's secondary challenges that when they go to a friend's birthday party and that party has pizza, cupcakes, and sugary drinks, what do? And so I remember that with my son, we would go to these parties and I would pack them like a lunch pail with stuff that they would eat. Now, of course, that's really awkward because they are in that moment now like doing this really weird thing. Everybody else has pizza and a sugary drink, and there's my child with their lunchbox eating their non-sugar-based stuff. So it puts them in a challenging position and asks them to be okay to be that kid. But like these are the kinds of things we should probably talk about, of practical things that parents can do to try to counteract these damaging things in the kids' bodies.
Yeah, and one of the things you were just talking about there, Brian, the attempt to reduce sugar intake. Really, we should be trying to limit sugar to 25 grams a day for kids. And I don't think that registers for most people how low that is. When you think about what kids typically eat, the majority of things marketed to children have 25 grams of sugar in them. That one, just like one serving of one of those items. The idea of trying to limit to 25 means a complete overhaul of what is typically fed to the children in our society. I mean, we're talking about like a Capri Sun, more than 25 grams, right? A cupcake, more than 25 grams. You know, like any of these things that are like standard, typical daily foods that children eat get you past that threshold of 25 grams of sugar. It's a complete switch.
And to jump back, you guys, on the synthetic dyes, sorry, I'm going back on this, is I just looked up on GPT the top 10 foods that have the highest level of synthetic dyes. I'll run through a few. Target mini green cupcakes, 55.3 milligrams. That's yellow 5, yellow 6, blue 1, and red 40. Kool-Aid Burst Cherry, 52 milligrams. Sunny D Orange Strawberry, 45 milligrams. Captain Crunch Oops All Berries, 41 milligrams. Can we please make a meme of Captain Crunch Oops and cross out all berries and put in all synthetic dyes? Pillsbury Confetti Frosting, 41 milligrams. Trix, 36 milligrams. Crush Orange Soda, 33. Skittles, 33. Fruity Cheerios, 31. M&M's Chocolate Milk, 29. Reading this list, I am chock full of synthetic dyes. I mean, this is what I ate as a kid. Like my entire childhood was this menu of foods.
Same.
Is this why I'm so messed up?
And 12% synthetic dyes. Yeah.
I have the opposite response where my mum worked so hard. I got on a plane to the US my mum worked so hard. I got on a plane to the US as a uncontaminated being. And then I landed, and you know what the first thing I ate was in the US? I got into New York in my hotel room.
I'm bracing myself.
I'm too scared to go outside and get food because I'm 19 alone in the country. And I got a packet of Skittles, and that's what I had for dinner.
Yeah.
So that's interesting to me, Kate. So despite your childhood of like being raised on all these healthy things and like focusing on, you know, food quality, the first thing you ate was Skittles. Like that is like, that's something that I think is a delicate nuance about what we're talking about. Like, do you do more like Kate's mother did, where you like just make sure you prevent the access to any of these foods, or like Brian's done with his children? Or do you like try to teach them the way, expecting that someday they're gonna leave home, they're gonna make decisions for themselves, and if you've completely excluded those foods, they're just going to choose all of those foods? Do you know what I mean? Like I wonder about this all the time.
Yeah, I don't know what the right answer would be. I will say that I think if you're gonna have to choose a path, definitely go on the more extreme, because it at least educates them that you're making a decision every time. So like I was 19, I was like, I'm like consciously making decisions with that information, at least in my arsenal. And so I knew I was rebelling. I knew that I was like, it was a decision I got to make because I was an adult and I could eat whatever I wanted. I think that's still a better starting point than not knowing at all.
And Mike, to your point on the 25 grams of sugar per day for the child, in the US, the average added sugar is 68 grams per day.
Wild.
Sounds about right.
Just added sugars as well.
I mean, that's just like a Capri Sun and some cereal, you know? Like that's not even a wild day.
You guys, I also want to mention, like, Brian, you went through all the obvious ones, right? Like Skittles, you can see the color, but here are some things that might have unexpected dyes. So plain hot dog buns, oftentimes that light brown crust has a yellow 5 and 6. Blueberry bagels, the berries get extra coloring from red 40 and blue 1. This isn't all, but these are in some. Wasabi covered peas, so the bright green, blue 1, yellow 5. Dill pickles, same situation. Berry flavored yogurts. So it's definitely worth noting that these marketing tactics are often hiding in plain sight.
If we go down from easy to hard, then we could start with, like, we sit the family down and we say, okay, there's some things that are clearly not a good idea, like M&Ms and sugar cereals. Like the list we just went down for synthetic dyes, that's a pretty good category. And then we get into more nuanced things where you get like a Capri Sun, where they frame it as like fruit juice. You're like, it's fruit, it must be good. But then it's got 25 extra grams of sugar. And so those are, anytime you have high concentrations of sugar, that's also bad. Kate just went through a few of the nuanced ones where a hot dog bun or a certain kind of bagel, where those are more nuanced, where you're thinking this is a whole food, it's fine, it's not, quote unquote, ultra processed, therefore. And so, Mike, how do we think about, as a parent, how do you tackle this complicated problem, knowing you can't do it all, but you want to try to knock out the biggest ones? Because you're battling this in your own knowledge, you're battling this in your own time, and also with your kids, like, what will your kids actually do? Because there's like this discussion of what's good for the kids. Then there's the reality of kids are like, I'm not eating that. Like, not doing it. So how would you take this? Because we have quite a few suggested protocols here that we've done research on, but how would you do it as a parent?
So there's two different categories. There's the easy and the hard way when it comes to choosing the right foods, right? So the easy way is probably just eliminating sugar and looking for, red 40 and yellow 5 on the ingredient labels. The hard way being like, eliminating sugar, eliminating like quote unquote ultra processed foods, eliminating, like buying only organic. And then there's also the behavioral side of things, where it's like, I'm just going to buy these foods for my house and stop there, and just expose my child to to the best foods possible at home. And I'm not going to say you can or cannot eat things when you're out at a birthday party or doing other things. And then the hard way on the behavioral side would be like, I'm going to try to control everything that goes into my child's mouth or everything that they get exposed to, right? So it just depends on like how far you're willing to go on both fronts, right? I think the easy path is buy the best foods that you can without getting crazy about it for your home, right? That's the easy path. And then the hard path is like, be meticulous about every single ingredient in your child's food, make sure it's all real food, and then make sure that that's all that they get all of the time. I don't know what the right answer is. I mean, to be honest with you, like, I think that this is a challenge every parent has to go through and has to fight with, and find where they're most comfortable in terms of the easy or hard path, and make the best decision they can for their family. But I'm not sure that we have the right answer.
So Kate, your mother was very thoughtful about what you consumed. And there's now a lot of research out there. For example, we know that certain foods have certain addictive powers. For example, consumption of biscuits and cookies have a 4.1 times risk of being addicted. Sausages have an 11 times risk of creating addiction. And so some of these foods really are engineered for addiction. That their entire game is doing that. If your parents would have framed this to you in terms of, hey, Kate, eating this is going to create some kind of addiction pathway, would you have been responsive to that? Or did the approach that she took, do you think, prepped you to generally now have good intuitions on what you want to put into your body?
Yeah, I think I don't know what would have worked, but I will say, even though I had that packet of Skittles, I think that the path that my mother took was the right path for educating us. She wasn't super restrictive, Mike, outside of the household, in terms of like, she wasn't going to punish us if we, had some of our friends XYZ. She just tried to create an environment where we stepped into the environment and the environment was safe, period. I would say that actually genuinely worked. There were also all of these just basic axioms that probably were not perfect, but did the job. So if you say, avoid dyes because they're toxic, and you look in the back, and even if a dye isn't toxic, it's probably going to be alongside other things that aren't so good for you, like added sugars. Like the companies that are using these tactics are not going to be worrying about other things as well. And so it kind of creates this, like, I would avoid these things. So I feel like my mum used the word chemicals a lot. And even though that wasn't necessarily perfectly scientific, it did knock out the majority of the bad things.
Yeah, we try to eat real food, I think, is one of sort of the axioms that we use in around our house. And I mean, I don't know, is real a good enough descriptor? It's sort of subjective, but like it's just trying to get at like this concept of the fact that people are trying to sell you fake things, and you should be on the lookout for the realness of what you're putting in your body.
The other thing you can do is I remember when we were in India and I gave Talmadge the air measurement device. So he could go from room to room and cafe to cafe, indoors, outdoors, in our various cars. And he measured the air quality in every single environment we were in. We got into a car and there he was like, okay, can you please turn on, the internal air filtration system in this BMW? And can you see what kind of filter this car has for PM 2.5 and VOCs? And so if you give children the tools, whether it be an air quality monitor or a wearable, and you just say, or even like a CPG, can kids use a blood glucose monitor?
I mean, there's no reason they couldn't. Yeah, they use it in diabetic children do.
Cool. So even helping them build intuition that if you drink this fruit juice or if you eat this sugar cereal, look what happens to your blood glucose. In fact, last Halloween, I wanted to set up a little station in front of my house and have sugar treats there, and then they do a finger prick blood draw to look at blood glucose rise. So like have the kids come down the street, eat the candy, and then show them blood glucose rise or something like that. I mean, I guess how long would you have to wait? The blood glucose rise would be like 15 to 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's around 10, 15 minutes.
Actually, I could probably just measure their blood glucose as they arrive, because presumably they've been snacking on the food they've already gotten.
Oh, true.
It's like a whole new level of vampire, Brian.
Honestly, I think we're going to do it. Right? For Halloween, we should definitely do that. Okay, so one way to approach this is we've tried to isolate this into some easy categories where you and children can be educated to know there are certain things that are bad. So artificial dyes, we've given 10 examples of foods that have them. We've talked about 25 grams of sugar per day is what you want to target, which is extremely low. So that means you really want to avoid anything with added sugar outside of that budget. We should also talk about that the environment matters a lot. We've discussed this in other podcasts where the air and the environment matter a lot for a child's exposure to toxins. And so this is a reminder to have a MERV 13 filter or as high as you can in your HVAC system. That'll help generate clean air. That's also the truth. You can have a HEPA filter on your vacuum and vacuum 2 times per week to lessen the number of toxins, because kids spend a lot of time on the floor, crawling, walking, and putting things in their mouth.
Just along the same lines, when you were talking about the lead exposure and increase in IQ, there's actually been some interesting studies with air quality and performance in school. So there was a study in 18 LA schools that got HEPA activated carbon units put into the classrooms. There was a 60 to 100% reduction in particulate matter, which was associated to a 0.2 standard deviation improvement in mathematics and English scores. So just like we see toxins altering our ability to perform intellectually, the same is true for air quality. So improving your child's air quality is not only better for their health, but it's also better for their brain.
Yeah, and even things like what allergy they may end up developing. So there's a study that shows that early exposure to air pollution may double the risk of a peanut allergy becoming persistent by age 10. That's absolutely wild, especially because I think I saw a stat, peanut allergy treatments cost expected to hit $300 million by 2030. So while half of that could be preventable.
Now we've covered these protocols, should we jump quickly into the evidence around the problems, I guess the severity of the challenges for children in this country, in case some people are interested in the data of how severe of a situation it is with obesity and toxin exposure and child death? Or do you guys think did we cover the protocols up until this point?
I think we covered the protocols. So to recap, it would be avoid artificial dyes, limit your total sugar intake to, you said 25 grams per day?
Or less, yeah.
Or less. And that's that's inclusive total sugar. So a lot of, if you're having fruit that has a lot of natural sugars, so it's total. Then you also want to improve air quality, toxins, so measure, get a filter if you need.
I mean, I'd probably say like unstructured play and outdoor activity or movement some sort of physical activity of at least an hour a day is a good rule of thumb. I think that can be missed and forgotten a lot in our society. I mean, like, it seems like kids now have like 15-minute recess at school. So like it's falling back on the parent to make sure that they're getting their physical activity in, where traditionally this is just something that just happened. Now we actually have to think about it. You have to pull them away from the video games, pull them away from the screens, make sure you kick them outside. Something that's often forgotten.
Yep. And then the other thing we should cover is sleep. We talk about the importance of it. We all know how incredibly important it is, but kids need more sleep for their cognitive development. So if they're between the ages of 3 and 5, it's somewhere between 10 to 13 hours. Around age 6 to 12, you're looking at 9 to 12 hours per night. And then 13 to 18, in that teenage range, you're looking at 8 to 10 hours per night. So I think that's definitely something that all of us could have benefited from, like these early life habits around sleep and being taught to have a consistent bedtime and make it sacred in your home.
Do we dare talk about like screens and social media and mental health? Or is that like a whole different podcast?
I mean, let's do it. I mean, we're talking about things that negatively affect health, and we've focused on food inputs and then toxins. Yeah, let's do it because it is equally consequential.
There's a lot of different ways to approach mental health in childhood. I think the most obvious things that we've seen recently are the introduction of social media and screens to at least our older children, well, screens to younger children. But really limiting screen exposure with the younger kids is extremely important, making sure you're not just popping them down in front of an iPad, and then trying to limit social media exposure at least until later in childhood. There's, some studies that suggest it should be not until 8th grade, some even 13, 16, never. I think like
ideally.
Yeah, ideally never. There's, it feels like every year there's a new study that comes out that suggests it should be later and later in life. And this was a big challenge, I think, for everybody around COVID too, right? Like all of a sudden all these kids are home and, parents don't know what to do. They're trying to work from home. And ultimately kids just got plumped in front of TVs a lot. And we'll see what the side effects are from that long term. But I think now that we're looking back on this, realizing that, more unstructured play, less screen time in general is better. Talking about emotions is something that I think is also new and important when it comes to mental health, just so you're educating children about what emotions feel like and what emotions are, letting their emotions actually be present and play out, as opposed to trying to squash them, like you shouldn't cry or don't be angry. Like, no, they got to feel those feelings. So I feel like this is a much bigger and more in-depth topic, but just starting to like paint the picture a little bit of focusing on childhood mental health is extremely important, and I think will become more and more of a prevalent aspect of parenting in the near future.
Mike, as a doctor, when you look through the data, I mean, in reading over this was pretty terrifying of the mortality rates in the U.S., of the dangers of being a child, of being born into the U.S., of the increase of obesity and of blood glucose challenges, and the increases are alarming, like between 20 and 80%. What is your assessment? Like, what's happening?
Our culture, specifically in the U.S. and more so throughout the rest of the world, as like U.S. culture seems to sort of like percolate into other developed countries, is making terrible decisions for our children. There are many benefits to a capitalistic society, and there are many downsides when it comes to advertising to children. And I think a lot of this has to do with poor choices on the side of corporations and parents about what is okay to expose our children to, from everything from toxins to foods, to air quality, to social media and screens. We're just making lots of bad decisions. And it's scary, but also not super surprising to me when you look at the rates of obesity. So the fact that U.S. infants have had a 78% higher risk of death compared to babies in other wealthy countries, like that is a freaky statistic. I mean, that's scary. But at the same time, when you look at like the levels of obesity in our children, when you look at the amount of screen time exposure, the decrease in physical activity, that number becomes less and less unrealistic and more believable, which is a pretty scary thing to say.
So the one thing that we can see also behind the scenes is that in 1977, Congress passed a Toxin Substances Control Act, which basically assumed that chemicals are safe until proven harmful. And we've had a 50x increase in the chemicals and plastics now in circulation since the 1950s. And so a U.S. study showed that 201 children aged 2 to 4 years, 2 to 4 years old, had at least 96 different chemicals in 5% of the urine samples, and 34 were present in over 90%. When we had the LA fires and we saw 20,000 homes get lit up, we saw those toxins transfer from the fires, like the burning of the homes and cars, to my body. And we could go down and list out every chemical and say, yep, that's PVC pipe. Yep, that's a floor. Yep, that's a car. So you can see these chemicals transferred in real time. And of course, a fire is an acute event, whereas otherwise we have these slow burn events that aren't as dramatic. But you can basically see the parallel of toxins that are manufactured in all of society end up in our bodies, which is no surprise. And then you can take those chemicals, you can say, yep, that one causes disruption of hormones, that one causes disruption of cognition, et cetera, et cetera. So the chemicals we've produced in the world. Now, these are not produced as toxins. They're produced as clever chemicals to do various things. Manufacturing, they're usually well-intentioned. Non-stick pans, for example, like we talked about with PFAS, also those end up in our bodies and become very complicated. And so again, back on the podcast is hopefully those of you who hang out with us week to week, you see the through line on everything we're doing and what the team has successfully done with me in that we have tried to systematically reduce the exposure of these toxins in the world, and then also try to eliminate them from my body. And so I hope that all of you take hope that you can, like week to week, day to day, week to week, make very small changes. So whether it be the sleep hygiene to say, hey, family, we're doing this. And now you're saying, family, also, we're not doing this. And then slowly step into these additional patterns where first it's what do we eat inside our home? And what kind of, how do we maintain a clean environment? Then it's what do you do when you go to a birthday party? And then it's, what do you do when you become an adult and leave the family where you no longer have these kinds of rules in place? If we do this together, you will slowly start changing your habits as well. And that will have this cumulative effect. But really, you do need to take a very proactive role in all of these because society is not doing it for you. There's no one in society really looking after you. And so hopefully that will turn. But until then, it really needs to be a ground up swell by all of us that we're going to reject the things that people have done. Now, I will say the contrast to this of the fact that we had this congressional law passed, the FDA will not let drugs on the market until proven safe. So it's the exact opposite, that people trying to do good things with medicines are blocked until they have incredibly high rigor of evidence to show they actually do things. Whereas in the chemical sphere, you can produce whatever you want, and then it has to be proven bad over time. So it's really a twisted backwards approach where the two things should be swapped.
Brian, do you think that you're looking after people? You said nobody's looking after you in society. Is that your role?
Yeah, that's a good point. I suppose that's, by default, it's the one I try to step in. Maybe because as a child, I think my parents were basically, they said yes to the system. They just what people did, they did, and they didn't scrutinize it very much. And this is not a criticism of them. It's just and then therefore I'm a product of that. And so I definitely did not want my children to be in a similar situation. I wanted to find the weaknesses of the system and correct for it and then battle against it. But it's pretty tough. And I guess, So Mike, I think I do probably try to put that role in people's lives.
This is a tough one. This is I think it's as a parent thinking about all these things, it's hard not to feel a little powerless, Like you're in this situation where it feels like the culture and society is working against you, and you're battling against everything. You're battling against social media. You're battling against friends. You're battling against the fact that no one else is paying attention to what color dye is in the green cupcakes that they're giving their children at the birthday party. And I guess I just try to take some solace in the fact that I'm paying attention when I can and doing the best that I can, at least in my home, and establishing some sort of understanding and insight into the importance of what my children put into their body, which is not necessarily something that my parents did. I think in a similar way, Brian, my parents just sort of trusted the system and trusted that corporations wouldn't sell bad chemicals to children. And I guess like that's pretty awesome that we've even come that far.
Yeah.
You know, that we're even in a place now where we can recognize that like, hey, we got to pay attention to this stuff, you know, like, and if you just think about it as like, I'm just doing the best I can with what I got and have a little like grace towards ourselves, it doesn't feel quite as big and as ominous, you know? So I guess I just try to think about it that way, you know, act where I can, where it makes sense, in a rational manner.
And like good news, like companies are, through all of our voices, forced to reconcile with these realities. Kraft and Heinz have pledged to remove all synthetic dyes by 2027. Ideally, that would happen sooner. I also understand how hard it is to make product changes on a quick time scale. The fact that they're saying all synthetic dyes in 2 years is exciting, because I do think that we will be able to push our environment to actually change.
So you guys, let us know how this went. I mean, hopefully you're walking away with some feeling camaraderie that you can build systems inside your family and your homes, and that you can make conscientious decisions with your children and teach them the dangers of dyes, of synthetic dyes, of added sugars, even things like air fresheners, which we consider to be nice, or scented candles or aerosols.
I was just going to say that I'm just realizing now that like Talmadge is the example of what having a parent who cares about this overnight has impact on him. Like, who was Talmadge before he was living in your household, not being exposed to these things? Like, he has adopted his environment.
Yes, he has.
And he seems to be doing that willingly.
I think he now fully sees I think this was crystallized in his mind when we went to college, and there were all of his friends, not friends, but like new classmates who were eating all sorts of, you know, bad food. And he's like, that is crazy. Why are they doing that? And I was like, oh man, that felt so good as a father. He had
to like have it come from him.
Yes.
That insight.
Yeah, that this is crazy, you guys. Okay, Mike, how do you feel after this conversation?
I feel more empowered than freaked out as a parent, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, Kate, how are you feeling?
It motivates me to treat every molecule that enters my body with the reality that it has an impact on my ability to do what I want in the world, to be healthy in the long term, to be smart, to be capable, to be strong. So it's definitely motivating.
I wish there was a way that we could make children powerful in society, because they really are powerless, and then they have to grow up and acquire power and then compete against other generations. I wish there was a societal mechanism which inherently made them powerful, like a voting block in society that gave them voice and power, that they didn't need to wait until they were mature and adults and with their own resources and capabilities.
What if they were like, we want free Skittles for all kids?
No, I'm saying that not to ask them what they want, because they're not, of course, developed in a way where they can make these wise choices, but just like what science says is good for them. This is the idea that when I was playing around, if I were president, I was playing around the idea that a third of Congress would be planet Earth, and 2/3 would be human, but Earth would be a voting block in Congress. And you could say the same as AI models improve. It's just a thought experiment of like, if you just reimagine who has power and in what ways to do what. And children are powerless, but it'd be cool if there was like some way to represent their well-being in society where they just get run over right now.
Or even, I extend that to adults too. Like, if our biological data could vote on our behalf.
That's true.
In Congress. If we're seeing that sugar makes us obese and it kills us, probably shouldn't have sugar. Probably should have some regulation around it.
It's true. I guess that's what Blueprint is. Blueprint gave my body all the power of decision making and removed my mind from the equation of like, I feel like this. Okay, guys, I think that was very sobering and actually kind of somber. I think, Mike, I felt you in this, that like you take your role as a father very seriously. You care deeply about your children. And Kate, I think you feel the same. I think you feel very empathetic towards the situation that others are in. And I think you appreciate your mother's efforts in your life to give you a very strong start. And so I hope that that this emotionally resonates, that, it really is a powerful thing to stand up for our children's potential in life, that when they become disadvantaged because of the decisions that we adults make in society, it just stinks. And of course, all three of us are on the receiving end of that, where we have had things in our life where it's not always been the best for our potential. And that's not because the people around us didn't love us. It's because the systems in society just were not smart enough. Hopefully, everyone, you've walked away with a few good tips to be better members of society and to protect the most vulnerable and the people who will define the future of our existence. All right, let's wrap. Good to see you all, and go to bed on time. This is the Brian Johnson Podcast. Special thanks to my co-hosts Kate Tolo and Dr. Mike Mallon. For more science breakdowns and protocols, subscribe to my YouTube channel, follow the podcast on your favorite platform, or follow me on Instagram or X at Brian Johnson.
Years in prison doesn't just change.
lot of you guys have seen the video, right? And so like, I'm not going to go through this, but like, long story short is that my dad passed away. He did. And this happened a little bit over 2 weeks ago at this point, and I was very busy dealing with that. It turns out like dying is really complicated. Oh my God, there's so much paperwork with it. Holy fuck! And so I've had really complicated. Oh my God, there's so much paperwork with it. Holy fuck! And so I've had to deal with that a lot. And yeah, ripped out. I know it's fucking horrible, and it's been. Like, I feel like a lot of it hasn't even really set in like a big case. It hasn't really affected me. And, you know, like really, I like yesterday I went into his house and I just, honestly, I just cried, right? And I'll just say it. And first time I really have in quite a while. And let me make sure I turn that down. I think it's a little bit loud. And and you know, it was the first time I had ever since like the first couple of days. And so it was just really... it's been really rough. And so my dad passed away, and basically he, you know, it was one of those situations where he just decided pretty much, I mean, he had pancreatic cancer, he had pneumonia 6 times. I'm pretty sure he just decided, man, it's time to clock the fuck out, right? Like, I'm done with this shit. I don't want to deal with this anymore. And that's exactly what he did. And you know, they told me there really wasn't that high of a probability of you know, things were good, right? And then like I'm talking to 2 of the doctors there. They're telling me it's not a matter of if but when he's coming out of the hospital. I said, okay, great. And then the next day they're calling me as I'm driving over there, telling me that he's probably not going to come out of the hospital. And so that was very, very unpleasant situation, and it was awful, to be honest with you. So that basically is what happened. And then obviously, you know, I was there with them the whole way, all the way through up until the very end, which was very unpleasant, but I'm glad that I did it. And that's kind of what happened. Roller coaster? Yeah, definitely a roller coaster. You end up doing hospice? I did. And I, you know, like it was as comfortable because like he and I had obviously had conversations about this, you know, in the past, and, you know, because he's 78. And so, like, because of that, I mean, it was very obvious that, like, you know, this could happen at any time. And so he's like, okay, listen, this is what you're going to do. This is what I want. This is how I want it done. And that's how, you know, like, this is the decision making I want you to do. I executed that decision making, and that's what I did. And so, you know, it's weird, right? Because I've lost both my parents now. And I'm kind of just here, you know, I'm just here. I'm an only child, right? And so I'm just kind of here, and it's given me a lot of time to think, and it's given me a lot of time to just kind of, you know, I don't know. I mean, like, and this is something I really didn't kind of talk about a lot in my video, is that ever since I was like, you know, I would say like 23, but really 15, like in 2005, somewhere around there, my family, like me and my mom and my dad, got in a really bad accident, and my mom like broke her wrist, and I think they said that she had like a heart attack while they were doing an operation on her or something like that, and she was like never the same after this operation. And so ever since then, I had been having to like kind of take care of her and help her, etc. Then as I got into my early 20s, like, you know, 21, 22, 23, especially 23, you know, things just kind of deteriorated and they got worse. And so at that point, like, I couldn't really move out. I couldn't, you know, go and, you know, pursue anything that I wanted to do because my mom didn't have anybody else. You know, she was here in Austin, Texas. All her family's in Florida. And so, like, I mean, at that point, I didn't really have like funds to help her any other way. And so I had to take care of her. And so I had put off a lot of, you know, things that I think that you would do. Like I did a lot. Like, I don't want anybody to get an idea that, like, you know, growing up, like, things were bad. I mean, like, things were actually very good in a lot of cases, but there's always negative aspects to it, right? And one of them was that, you know, like, for me, I ended up having to take care of her from about, you know, I would say, like, on a soft level from 15, but, like, really seriously from, like, 23 to, like, 31. Whenever she passed away, I was 31 then. And so then there was like a year and a half, and that was like the Elden Ring, Lost Ark, Johnny Depp saga of my stream, where my dad was healthy, and also my stream was I was streaming all the time, and I didn't have anything that I had to deal with, right? And so Then fast forward to like maybe 6 months after that, my dad gets really, really sick. Like, I mean, and this is like one of the things where like one of the reasons why I wasn't as upset about like losing my dad now is that I thought I was going to lose him 2 years ago. Like, I was already past all 5 stages of grief at that point, because like y'all didn't see this because I never talked about it really on my stream, but like he couldn't even get up and walk to the door, right? And so like, and this was going on for like a month. It was really, 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 really fucking bad. And so at that point, obviously, like I had to do a lot more for him, and I had to make sure I was available all the time for him. So in a way, like ever since I was 15, but I would say really like in a more like defined way, like 20 in like early 20s, I'd say 23, 22 to now, I've spent my entire life basically being a caretaker for one or the other of them, minus about 2 years, maybe a little bit less than 2 years. And so now that they're both gone, there is a it's like a, you know, it's like you're alone and you're also free, right? And that's a very weird feeling for me, because I was thinking, I was like, when people are trying to make plans with me and stuff, and it's like I can actually just kind of do whatever I want to do, right? I can do whatever I want to do. And it's like a bittersweet thing where it's like I would always resent and hate and be angry at my parents for the obligation that they put on me. But it's unfortunate now that I wish I'd do anything to have it back. But you can't go back. And that's why we're here. My dad, 3 or 4 days, he's on hospice. I come in, it's like 2 or 3 p.m. He's like, "Why aren't you live?" I said, "Motherfucker, you're dying." "What do you mean? Why am I not live?" He says, "Oh, right. Yeah, yep." It's just, yeah, he's like, "Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, it kind of makes sense, right?" And so, yeah, no, I mean, he went out as, you know, as much of a hard ass as he's ever been. And, you know, my dad and I, there was a lot of friction between us growing up and as an adult. I mean, I was very, you know, upset and mad at him about stuff, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't matter, and that's about it. And so I was your biggest fan. He would watch me all the time, like every day, man. He would. And it's really weird for me to think about, like, you know, because he would call into the stream all the time and everything, and it's like, fuck, man. You know, like, fuck. It's the end of an era, right? And it sucks. It really sucks. And I don't really talk a lot about like my feelings and emotions and shit like this, right? I'm not a big guy into getting into it, but it's been hard. It really is. And I'm glad to be back. I definitely am. But it's been a rough time. I'll certainly say that. And I mean, I will say, he's giving a lot of his stuff away. But I got him recorded on video saying that the 2014 V8 Hemi Performance Package Dodge Challenger is going to me. Yeah, I mean, and so I'm talking about this, and S-Fan messages me. He says, "You master looted it." And I was like, wait a minute. I actually master looted a mount in real life. I didn't even realize that until it fucking, like, he just told me this. I never even thought about it like this. But that's what it was. Yeah, full circle. Yeah, bro, like, life imitates art, right? And so, yeah, some things never change. Yeah, exactly, right? And so that's basically where it was at. And I'm trying to think what else really has been, what else has been going on really with me besides that. And take us for a ride? Yeah, maybe one day I will. And so, yeah, I mean, that's basically been how things have been for me, right? And I'm just, it's been a lot for me to deal with. I'll certainly say that. Let me make sure I've got to get all my stream and everything set up here. It's a little bit different. And don't let the car rot. Take care of it, man. Oh, he would complain all the time about me letting the first car that he gave me rot, which, I mean, he gave me the car because I bought him a new car, which, by the way, just in case anybody's thinking about this, I actually bought this car. I bought it for him. And so it's like whenever I'm getting it, like I'm really getting the car that I bought back. And so, like, this is not really, I mean, yes, it's very generous of him to do this, but I did pay for the car myself. And so, yeah, that's basically been it. And anyway, so, yeah, it's repossession, really, whenever you think about it. And anyway, what you have to fight out in court is video enough to get a challenge to state line to go shit. No, I mean, like, I'm his only son, nobody else. Like, I'm giving away all of his shit. Like, I mean, not all, obviously not all of it, but like I'm giving away like 90% of his money. I'm giving away probably even his house. I'm giving away all of his stuff. And, I looked, holy fuck. Oh my God. I go over to his house regularly, right? In order to like check the mail, etc., right? Do these kinds of things. Every 2 or 3 days, he gets like 5 or 10 letters from these like different nonprofit charities he would donate to. He would donate to like 50 of these fucking things. And so they're sending a mail constantly asking for money. And it's like, oh, this is a letter. It says, $20 saves 20 dogs. If you donate $10, only 10 dogs die. How much do you want to donate? And it's like, the most blatant and obvious emotional manipulation that you can possibly have. But I've decided that, I'm going to contact all of these different charities and everything. And I'm going to just tell them, like, this is what happened. And I'm just going to make a donation in his and my name just in perpetuity for, like, whatever the amount that he was donating. I'm just going to do that for the rest of, the rest of the time. I think that's what he would have wanted to do. And so it's going to be a huge pain in the ass because like calling all of them and then doing all of that. But that's what I'm going to do. And they're scams. I mean, he donated to like Wounded Warriors Salvation Army. He used to go to the Salvation Army whenever he was like, like hitchhiking around. And so like, really, I don't think it's necessarily a scam. I would be surprised if it was a scam. And so, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. How many dogs are you going to save? I don't know. It's up to him. And whatever he was, the amount that he was saving, that's what I will continue to save.
Right now, we say, oh, the universe had a beginning. It was long ago. It was hot. It was hot. It was going to have a future and its expansion. Could we be missing something so fundamental that it's hidden in plain sight?
In the last decade, there have been probably 1,500 papers that have tried to explain the Hubble tension. And none of them has succeeded because there's so many other observations that can constrain what a model can do. But we don't yet have all the answers, and we need really accurate data to do that.
This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. Today, I've got as my co-host, Matt Kirshen. Matt, welcome back.
Thank you, Neil. It's nice to be back.
We caught up with you. You're on a cruise. Man, you comedians you got the cushiest jobs.
I don't know if it's cushy. It's cushy to be on a cruise, I think. Telling jokes on a cruise, that's a little more work. But yeah, we were chatting about this last time. I'm on a boat right now, and then I'm on a big land tour. I'm touring with Sarah Millican, who's a great UK comic. And then off the back of that, I'm doing some headline shows of my own in clubs. So okay. MattKirshen.com, you can stalk me. If you go to MattKirshen.com, you can find
we'll stalk you there. All right. Well, take us on a boat next time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's space in this tiny cabin.
And you're also a host of Probably Science. Did I finally get that right?
You did. You did. I feel like you've always known the title. I feel like
I haven't been on in like 8 years, so I'm waiting for my call.
We are talking to your people right now because let's get
excellent. Well, today we're going back into the universe, deep into the universe, and there are theorists who run around think they know what's going on, but they have to ultimately answer to the observer, who's getting the actual data. And we have someone back on Star Talk who was here just 2 years ago. That's how fast this field is moving. Wendy Freeman. Well, Wendy, welcome back to Star Talk.
Thanks very much. Yes, data is the ultimate arbiter. We can have lots of ideas, but if they don't fit the universe, we throw them out.
You are the judge, the jury, and the executioner of theorists. Is that how much power you wield, Wendy?
We need them both. The data without theory is not very useful. So it's when you have an interplay between the two that it becomes interesting.
Okay, she's being nice now because she's got to meet theorists later at the conference. I think.
You don't have the theorists ever going like, no, I think the stars are wrong. I think our equations are right.
Yeah, I spent some time at Princeton, which has a very strong history of theorists. And there's a motto there: never trust an observation unless it's confirmed by a good theory. And that's their mindset. They know they're like full of shit, but they want to say it. So, Wendy, you are a professor of astronomy, University of Chicago, in an endowed chair. Let me get that right. The John and Marion Sullivan University Professor. That's a whole other level of professorship, and in astronomy and astrophysics at U Chicago. And now, since we last had you on, you've been busy. Oh my gosh. You got the national,
that is true. That is very true.
The National Medal of Science. Oh my gosh. This is the highest award the country gives, the United States gives to scientists. There's also a National Medal of Engineering. And so this is...
And medicine.
And medicine, yes. Thanks for reminding me of that. And I was once on a committee to select the National Medal of Science. That goes through the National Science Foundation. Does it still do that?
Yes, it does.
Okay, cool. So it depoliticizes it enough so that, you can really trust that who's in there for that award earned it in all the ways one would expect for a title.
Science is not political. It has no political affiliation. That's one of the beauties of science. It really is.
Distinguishing it from basically everything. Yes.
Yeah.
And you were cited for your pioneering work in measuring the expansion rate of the universe. Is that all? Yeah, I remember you were right out of the box with the Hubble telescope. That telescope was in part named after Edwin Hubble on the expectation it would do exactly what you did with it, was to settle the arguments, right? Could you just remind us what that was?
Yeah. So when I started in pre-Hubble, the argument at the time, there was a big debate about the size and the age of the universe. And people were arguing about whether the universe was 10 or 20 billion years old, which is a big difference. And so Hubble was built. In fact, the size of the primary mirror of the telescope was set to allow, they didn't let it go any smaller because they wanted to be able to have Hubble measure Cepheids, the stars that we use to measure distances, with that telescope. And so there was an effort, of course, because you could save costs, to cut the size of the primary mirror even further. And it was set by that to resolve this debate between a Hubble constant of 50 and 100 at that time.
Yeah, and we came up at the same time, and I just remember that being, the biggest argument anyone would ever have in the coffee lounge. People they'd split in the coffee lounge who was the old universe camp and who was the young universe camp. And of course, the actual answer landed nicely in between those two numbers, as one might have predicted with hindsight.
So they had to split the bet, whatever they were betting against each other with. They had to.
Yeah, it didn't land in either camp. It was
the table got halved.
It was like right in the middle, right? I mean,
it's interesting because there were two competing groups that Sandage and Tamon and de Vaucouleurs who were making these measurements, and so the arguments between 50 and 100 centered on their argument. But if you look at the published values at the time, there were plenty in the middle.
Yeah, I would have never known that because while that was going on, I was at the University of Texas, which was home base for Gerard de Vaucouleurs. He was Mr. Young Universe, right? And so, did I get that right? He had the Hubble constant of 100.
He had a high Hubble constant.
Yeah. So it was. So we were not allowed to think outside of his box there.
That's okay. I was at the Carnegie Institution with Alan Sandage, and that was a very interesting time. He kind of disagreed
Yeah. So thanks for solving that. And also, just this year, named Time Magazine's 100 most influential people in the world. Congratulations on that. When was that announced?
Oh, I'm trying to think of when it was announced as opposed.
So it's already happened. You already had the celebration.
Oh yes, we did. We had a nice.
Wait, so you came through New York, and you didn't. You came through. You
came through New York. In fact, your people checked with me. Was there a date where I could do this?
My people were on the case. Okay.
Yes, but it didn't work out.
All right.
But yes, it was a lovely event. Not what your usual scientific conferences are like.
No, yeah, it's a celebration. Yeah, it's good. And this paper that you hinted at when I had you in New York for the Asimov panel debate, your paper solved what I think you're going to give me details here, but if you just believed the newspaper headlines or the clickbait in news websites, you would think that all of cosmology was in crisis and we're all ready to just cry in our, cry in each other's laps about how to solve this. And you landed at a place that seemed like, yeah, we got this and we don't have to give up the Big Bang to do it. So the Hubble tension, remind us what people are calling Hubble tension. Just tell me about that.
The Hubble tension is what's arisen in the last decade or so. We make measurements of the Hubble constant, the current expansion rate, locally using stars like Cepheids. We also use red giant branch stars and other ways of doing these measurements tied into type 1a supernovae, these bright.
Right. So all of these in this list that you mentioned, these are yardsticks, standard candles, right? So because not every object serves as a way to know how far away it is, right? That's right. There's only a handful and they're cherished, right?
They're rare stars. They're, for example, Cepheids, when we go and try and discover them, like we did with Hubble, maybe 1 in 1,000 stars that we measure turns out to be a Cepheid. So they're rare, but they also have a signature. And in the case of Cepheids, discovered by Henrietta Leavitt, that the brightness of the star correlates with how fast it's varying in its brightness, so-called period luminosity relation. And we can use that relationship to determine the distance.
So Henrietta Leavitt, that's a full 100 years ago or more, right?
That's right. Everything that we have done since then rests on her work. And
what's kind of cool is she get to make those discoveries because the men wouldn't allow the women to do any to work. What's the most tedious work that is possible in the field? And it's like classifying stars and measuring their brightness and their spectra, and that's where all the discoveries happen. So
that's right. And she was astute enough to notice, not only were these stars varying that she was finding in the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud, but there was this correlation. The brighter stars were taking longer to go through their cycle of variation. And this is the basis of what Hubble's discovery, that there are other galaxies outside the Milky Way, that the universe is expanding. We use it for the Key Project. We use it today. And she fell into obscurity. She was kind of lost in the dustbins of history for a long time, but we're recognizing her now. And I think that's, the New York Times actually wrote an obituary about her in 2024. She died, I think, in 2021.
It's a catch-up obituary. Right.
Did they write it fresh, or did they just find it in an old drawer from?
No, they wrote it fresh. They're making an effort to try, and they're recognizing that it wasn't just men who did things in those days. In particular.
Yeah,
there were other
reconciliation project.
Yeah.
Very good. And I'm happy to report that at least in our era, Wendy, the textbooks that we taught from and learned from, there was good mention of the women of Harvard at the time.
And we now refer to the Leavitt Law, and that there was a meeting at Harvard in 2008, which was the centennial of her first publication on the PL relation. And we decided that it would be appropriate to rename it the Leavitt Law. I had actually been doing
instead
that for
of the period luminosity relation, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. There's a Hubble law, there's a Hubble constant, there are Hubble galaxies, different morphologies and classification, and so on, and everything rests on the PL relation.
I'm all in. Take us back to the Hubble tension, and how much of a how tense was it in the room, or how were you in the room when it happened? I don't like that word tension. I mean, in science, if things don't agree, that's kind of fun. I just got a sense that it was more a marketing ploy to get clicks on a website. But maybe you have a different view as one who's in the middle of fixing the tension. Where did you come from there?
So sorry, just to be clear, for me to answer, so it is actually meaning tension in the common English sense. It's not using tension in some kind of physics sense. You're actually using it like awkwardness or discomfort.
Well, it's signaling a discrepancy between what we're measuring locally when we use these stars like Cepheids or red giant branch stars and supernovae to measure the Hubble constant, the current expansion rate today. And when we compare that method with what you infer from the cosmic microwave background, the background radiation from the Big Bang, you can measure these very small fluctuations in the temperature and also the polarization of the background radiation and fit those with the spectrum with what we call the standard cosmological model. And that's been now in place for a quarter of a century. And when you do that, this is a predictive model. It tells you how the universe will evolve. And it tells you that the expansion rate today would have a value of 67 with a very small uncertainty of less than 1%. And when we use Cepheids with HST, we get values more like 73. And so that's a rather small difference compared to 50 and 100, where we started off when Hubble.
Yeah, I would have been I said, let's go have a beer. We're good here. That's what I would have said.
I think it would have been appropriate to relax a little bit and have at least a day to celebrate the things that got closer. And there are always crises in cosmology, and I think it was a very rare time around 2001, 2003. So our HST key project results came out in 2001. We got a value of 72 with an uncertainty of 10%. And then WMAP, the Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, first measurements of all sky in space for the microwave background, got a value of 71. So it looked pretty good. And the acceleration of the universe had been discovered. The age was something like 13.7 or 13.8 billion years. And wow, here you are measuring locally using stars, and you're using a redshift of 1,100, 380,000 years after the Big Bang. You're making these tiny measurements of the temperature differences, and boy, they agree pretty well.
So the two puzzle pieces fit by making local measurements and distant measurements. So that pretty much tells you you're onto something there. Nope, that's lame. Ready? Do you harbor questions about the universe? Some long-held bit of cosmic curiosity lingering within you? Or questions about anything at all? You can become a Patreon supporter of Star Talk. You have access to our exclusive question line on our website. Those are where we draw our questions for our cosmic queries.
Some of the most extreme objects in the universe.
Star Talk is a work in progress where we, every month, come up with some new way, some new idea, some new understanding of how to bring the universe down to Earth. We could not do that without your support. Thank you. And as always, keep looking up. So, Wendy, if you can remind people, when you just say the number 73 or 67 or 70 or 50 or 100, that is a measurement of precisely what?
That is a measurement of how fast the universe is expanding at the current time. It has units of inverse time. So it is also a way of getting at the age of the universe. It, in detail, is kilometers per second per megaparsec. So when we talk about a Hubble constant of 70, we mean 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec.
So for every megaparsec an object is away from Earth, from our galaxy, it'll have a recession velocity of 70 kilometers per second.
Yes, and so
what you add another megaparsec of millions of parsecs, then there's another 70, and it just keeps adding.
That makes it so the further away you are, the quicker it's moving away from you.
Exactly.
The rate at which that's happening
was Edwin Hubble's original discovery. What he showed is the farther away a galaxy is, the faster it's moving away from us.
And so those units, he first plotted that, and so we named the unit of that. So it's basically the slope of that line, I think, right?
That's exactly what it is.
Millions of parsecs, then there's another 70, and it just keeps adding.
That makes it so the further away you are, the quicker it's.
It'll have a recession velocity of 70 kilometers per second.
Yes, and so
what you add another megaparsec of millions of parsecs, then there's another 70, and it just keeps adding.
That makes it so the further away you are, the quicker it's moving away from you.
Exactly.
The rate at which that's
that was
happening
Edwin Hubble's original discovery. What he showed is the farther away a galaxy is, the faster it's moving away from us.
And so those units, he first plotted that, and so we named the unit of that. So it's basically the slope of that line, I think, right?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Slope
Okay.
of that correlation is the Hubble constant.
Okay, cool.
And that is the expansion rate at time t = 0 now.
Okay. We're fitting these measurements into a base model of the universe, right? I mean, right now we say, oh, the universe had a beginning. It was long ago. It was hot. It was going to have a future and its expansion. Could there be is this like epicycles? Could it be like epicycles where, oh, the planets, they're on these epicycles and they do this, and now we can explain everything? Could we be missing something so fundamental that it's hidden in plain sight?
We could be missing things. I think that's what is exciting about these particular, or the time at which we're making these measurements, is that we're pushing the boundaries of what is possible to do with these measurements and to test the framework. So we talk about a standard model of cosmology. That's a model that has it's a universe expanding. It has dark matter, where you have the ordinary matter that we're made out of is only about 1/6 of the total matter in the universe.
So we don't matter, is what you're saying.
We do matter.
A sixth of you matters.
A sixth of you matters.
And the other part is not telling us what we're about. But anyway, we do matter. We're the luminous stuff.
Oh, yeah, and there you go.
The luminous stuff shines a light on the dark stuff. That's how we learn about it.
You don't just matter, you glow.
Oh, very nice, Matt. I like that.
2/3 a form we call dark energy, which is causing the universe to accelerate. So there's plenty of room, to get back to your question, for things that we don't yet understand, because we don't yet know what the dark matter is, despite decades of trying to detect it. We know what it does to the luminous matter. We know that it's there because of its effects on the luminous matter, but we don't know what it is. It's most probably a particle left over from the Big Bang, and there are lots of efforts to try and discover it, but that has not occurred. And the dark energy, we have no physical understanding. There's no physical theory that can explain what the dark energy is. So yes, there's lots of room for us understanding this standard model. So there could be cracks in the model, and maybe this discrepancy is one of the things that's pointing to something missing from the standard model.
And let me emphasize something that you just briefly mentioned. So we started our careers with a Hubble constant ranging from 50 to 100. And we resolved that, and we met somewhere in the middle. And we knew that was a problem, but the uncertainties were pretty high back then. So one might even say the uncertainty bars overlapped. So that you say, if the answer is anywhere, it's going to be somewhere in the middle. Now you're saying we have two results that are much closer to each other, yet the uncertainties are so small, there is no chance of them overlapping. So something has to give.
So either this is really interesting and we're learning about some fundamental problem.
Middle. Now you're saying we're pretty high back then. So one might even say the uncertainty bars overlapped. So that you say, if the answer is anywhere, it's going to be somewhere in the middle. Now you're saying we have two results that are much closer to each other, yet the uncertainties are so small, there is no chance of them overlapping. So something has to give.
So either this is really interesting and we're learning about some fundamental property of the universe, or we've underestimated our uncertainties.
Okay. I'm going to bet on the second one.
So that could mean that we'll learn something about astrophysics, about the properties of stars. We're going to learn something about supernovae or Cepheids or something interesting astrophysically, but not necessarily telling us about cosmology.
Would you have used the word crisis?
Would I have used the word crisis? No, I don't believe it's a crisis. Right. Not in my opinion.
Yeah, that's my opinion as well. But your opinion is way more valid than mine in this space. So we're going with your opinion on this for sure.
I would have used crisis for that if anyone wants to survey me. I'm
You a crisis camp?
Yeah, is my opinion valid? Where's my opinion rank amongst?
Yeah, fortunately we don't vote on these things. Empirical evidence, the data thing again. It's important.
Why doesn't someone with almost no science training weigh as much in this as a leading scientist? It's just not fair.
It's not a democracy. That's the problem. It's not a democracy. So then when do you step in once again and come up with some sensible understanding of what's going on? Could you update us on that recent research paper of yours? And who are some of your colleagues on that?
Yeah, so we have a small group, which is a really nice group. It's small and efficient.
Excellent. That means you get more done. And correct me if I'm wrong, any good collaboration, everyone on the team brings their own special awareness and understanding and specialty to it. Otherwise, you just have redundancies and there's no point for that.
Yeah, and everybody is working really hard. It's our proposal, the proposal that we put into James Webb Space Telescope, so this is where we're focused now, was to use 3 different distance indicators. The Cepheids that we know and love, the tip of the red giant branch, which is a method that Barry and I and collaborators have been working on for many years, and in the last decade or so have really refined it in terms of improving its precision.
So this is a section on the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram, which doesn't really clarify. If you say the tip of the red giant branch is a special place on the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram, now we're all clear. So what you're saying is as stars age, they change in properties, but there's a certain property that they take on that has a good, that an ensemble of them will have a consistency that you can rely on, that you can see at great distances. Is that a fair way to characterize?
Yeah, that's fair. These stars, so our own sun will become a red giant later in its evolution. And so these are stars that have masses comparable.
Matt, it's in 5 billion years, so don't worry about this one.
Don't worry. Yeah.
I'm busy that day.
You got a gig that day. All right. We'll delay it.
I can move it. If it's important, I can move it, but I'd rather not.
These stars have a degenerate core, which packed very, very densely, and they've exhausted all the hydrogen in the core, so that most of a star's lifetime is spent burning hydrogen into helium in its core, fusing hydrogen into helium. And then when the star contracts, it's not hot enough to start burning helium, and that would happen in a more massive star. So it's burning hydrogen in a shell and putting more helium onto the surface of this core. And when the core reaches a certain mass, a certain temperature, then there's a thermonuclear runaway. So suddenly you can start helium burning, and it releases a lot of energy very, very quickly. And then the star settles down onto another obscure term in the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram, what we call the horizontal branch. But the point is that these are now fainter stars. And the position at which this, what's called core helium flash occurs at a very well-known luminosity. And so what that means is we can use, we will observe stars in different galaxies, see how
another
bright
standard candle for you.
It's another standard candle. Calibrate them locally, and then use the inverse square law to get the distance. So there is a very clean method.
And allow me to offer an apologia to our fellow chemists. When astrofolk say things burn, we don't mean what you mean, okay? We mean by that. yeah. Hydrogen burning. You said it briefly in there, but then you went back to burning. Yeah, it's hydrogen fusion.
Right.
But we're very sloppy there, and I apologize to chemists. It's your word.
So if you need to put that out, do you?
I think that
Sorry, I spoke over you, Daniel.
Bigger insult is that we consider pretty much everything heavier than hydrogen and helium to be a metal.
Oh yeah, we call them metals. Yeah, we're bad with our chemistry, but we're sticking with it. We're stubborn in this regard.
If you've got the hydrogen burning in a star, do you, like, if you need to put that out, do you is it a water hose, or do you use a blanket or foam? Which of the three extinguishers are we talking about?
Don't do this at home. Don't get close to this.
Go the other way. All right, so you're working on. I interrupted you quite on purpose, but you were working on several methods of distance determination. Yes.
So we're using the James Webb Space Telescope to measure distances to galaxies using these three different methods: the carbon stars, the red giant stars, and Cepheids. And that will allow us ultimately, and we're partway through this project, to determine how well we've measured the distances, right? Do all three methods agree really well? Is there a large spread in the values? Do two agree, one's an outlier? This will give us a chance to say, what are the overall uncertainties?
Got it.
And those nearby galaxies that we're observing with JWST, those galaxies then tie into the distant universe where we can see type 1a supernovae well out into what we call the Hubble flow.
So you're the base of that pyramid. They don't know the distance to the supernova any better than you would know what its foundation is. Is that?
That's right. We can measure the relative distances of supernovae. We can see which ones are farther away, but we don't know what the absolute distance is.
To calibrate them. Okay. So you, not to put words in your mouth, but you think in the results of your work, you will show perhaps that people were overzealous in their small uncertainties that they were reporting. And maybe the uncertainties are a little wider, where they would then overlap, and then it's not a tension, and there's not a Hubble crisis and a cosmological crisis, and we can all go out and have a beer.
Yeah, I think, to quote the late Carl Sagan, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And I'm not yet seeing extraordinary evidence. So our result, we're getting a value of about 70. And that agrees very well with what we got from Hubble using these red giant branch stars. And I think the uncertainties still, they're not at the level that come out of the cosmic microwave background measurements. The cosmic microwave background measurements have a precision of better than 1%. So they've really set the bar very, very high. And that's just not possible yet, to make measurements at that level of accuracy when you're trying to use stars that are millions out to hundreds of millions of light years away.
I didn't appreciate that. So you're saying the cosmic microwave background measurement determination of the Hubble constant is the gold standard against which other measurements have to match. No one thinks that there's a problem with those measurements at all. Is that correct?
So far, there is no indication that the measurements themselves are an issue. So they're the measurements from the Planck satellite, this European satellite, which is still the gold standard in the field. It's all sky. And there are two groups on the ground, one in the Atacama Desert and one at the South Pole, that in fact came out with very recent measurements, and they're very much in agreement. The issue is, in order to get the Hubble constant from those measurements, you have to have a model to fit the data. So this is the beauty of this. Given the model, you predict what the Hubble constant today should be. How do you test the model? You measure the Hubble constant today. So if you can measure it with enough accuracy, not just precision, but accuracy.
Tell us the difference between those two.
So, if you have a coin and you flip it, if you do it a few times, you might get more heads than tails. If you do it enough times and your coin isn't weighted in some funny way, it's going to come out 50-50. And the more times you make the measurement, the more accurate your measurement is going to be. But then there are other kinds of errors that no matter how many times you make your measurement, you're still going to have what we call systematic errors. And an example of a systematic error would be, we know that stars like Cepheids form in the disk of galaxies where there's astrophysical dust. So dust, just like here, if you're looking at a mountain far away and a dust storm blows up, you look at the sun or you look at the mountain, the sun's going to get redder and fainter. Same thing happens if there's a fire, right? If you've seen a red sun, that's what happens when we're looking at these Cepheids through the dust. It blows up, you look at the sun of galaxies where there's astrophysical dust. So dust, just like here, if you're looking at a mountain far away and a dust storm blows up, you look at the sun or you look at the mountain, the sun's going to get redder and fainter. Same thing happens if there's a fire, right? If you've seen a red sun, that's what happens when we're looking at these Cepheids through the dust. They get redder and dimmer. And so if they look dimmer, you're going to say, oh, this is farther away. If you haven't corrected for it, no matter how many times you make the measurement, you're still going to have an error. So there's this distinction between precision and accuracy. And if you only use one method, if you're only using the Cepheids, you're not going to be able to tell what the systematics are. So you have to use, that's my strong feeling. That's what drives my research, is you have to do this in more than one way.
So Wendy, you're thinking that systematic errors are prevalent within these measurements because they sound all precise and everything, but they could be they're precise yet wrong.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Yes. And I think certainly historically, that's what we've seen in these measurements. It's always the systematics that come back to bite you. And often they're unknown systematics. We know about the dust now. We can correct for it. But what are the things that we don't yet know about? And could there be errors in the calibration and in the calibration of the dust laws? There are lots of potential gotchas.
And you've got an advantage there because people who come to this as cosmologists, they don't know anything about stars, as far as I can tell. You have a huge background in sort of traditional astronomy, where with stars in a galaxy, the dust, the reddening, the magnitude of all of this. And so that makes you particularly potent on that frontier.
Well, I think, astronomy is different than physics. Astrophysics is different than physics. We don't have a laboratory where we can go in and we can work with the equipment and we understand the equipment and do tests that we set. We're working with these stars that are far away, that have metals in their atmospheres, pulsating stars, exploding stars. If we look at the supernovae, we don't understand yet, although there's some interesting hints that maybe we understand one of the mechanisms for exploding supernovae, but there's scatter in the relation for supernovae, and the supernova magnitude, supernova luminosity depends on the color of the star, how fast the supernova, how fast it's declining, the mass of the galaxy, which surely has nothing to do with the supernova itself. It's a proxy for something else. And then there's additional leftover scatter, and different groups have different calibrations of the supernovae. And so when we're comparing our local observations with the cosmic microwave background, where it's clean and what is referred to as linear physics, and there are different groups that are getting the same answers, and with a precision, again, of better than 1%, the onus is on us, I believe, locally to really show that we have overcome the systematics in using these stars.
You kept referring to today's value of the Hubble constant. That implies Hubble constant had a different value in the past. So then why are you calling it a constant?
The Hubble constant refers to a Hubble parameter at the current time, t equals 0, h 0. And actually, the Hubble parameter, the parameter that governs the evolution of the universe, changes with redshift or with time. So,
okay, so it's a little bit of a misnomer to call it a Hubble constant.
Yeah, it's confusing. It is the value of the Hubble parameter at the current time.
So you're messing with people again, just like when you talk about hydrogen burning and all the metals on the periodic table. So Wendy, if people are looking at different parts of the universe, at different objects and getting different Hubble constants, why can't the universe just be different in these different sections? Why must the whole universe be giving you the same answer to that question?
So several different things to unpack in your question. You could ask, is there a concentration of mass locally so that, or maybe we live in a giant bubble, say, and that
Matt lives in a bubble. I'm trying to get him out of the bubble.
So maybe the expansion rate locally is higher because they were being pulled to this mass concentration. And expansion rate locally is higher because so maybe the expansion rate locally is higher because they were being pulled to this mass concentration. And that was talked about a lot at the time when we were arguing about 50 and 100. Maybe the mass distribution wasn't well mapped out. But now there are literally thousands of supernovae that have been measured. You can measure, really well across the sky, and there's no evidence that it is varying locally from region to region to the percent level. As I said, the universe does evolve with time, and we don't know. As I said, also we don't understand what the dark matter is yet. We don't know what the dark energy is. So there's lots of, I think, the tension is a tantalizing idea that maybe this is additional physics because we don't yet understand the nature of the dark energy. But it's very interesting because in the last decade, there have been probably 1,500 papers that have been written and posted to the Astronomical Archive that have tried to explain the Hubble tension. And none of them has succeeded. And the reason is, in large part, because there's so many other observations that can constrain what a model can do, and the effect that it would have that we would be able to measure with measurements today or with the microwave background or so on and so on. So this is where we are at the forefront. We're trying to push the limits. We're trying to understand what is governing. What are the constituents of the universe? How is it evolving? But we don't yet have all the answers, and we need really accurate data to do that. And so I would say it's not that this is completely solved. I think we need to do a better job showing that there is a significant tension. And as the data improve in future, this is going to go one way or the other, right? Either the signal is going to improve or it's going to fade away. And one of the examples is recently with measurements of the microwave background, there was a tiny little hint in the measurements from the Atacama Desert, the cosmology telescope, in an early release of theirs that maybe in the polarization there was a hint of what might be due to evolving dark energy that could explain the Hubble tension. But they just come out with a release with much more data, and the signal just disappeared. It was noise. If it had been real, it would have been really apparent, but it went away. So that's what happens. You see things at a level of significance that we call 2 or 3 sigma. 5 sigma is supposed to be the gold standard. It would be a 1 in 1.7 million chance that it isn't correct. I just don't think we're at that level yet. We have more work to do.
So this bit about the change in the dark energy properties that made serious headlines when that came out.
Well, this is different. This is an early dark energy. that would have explained the Hubble tension.
Early dark
Evolving
energy.
dark energy, it still could be evolving. And again, this is early data. There's going to be a lot more coming in the next.
And just to recast something you said a moment ago, but tell me if I haven't oversimplified it. These 1,500 papers of people trying to explain the Hubble tension, they'll come up with an accounting for it, but then it breaks something else that we know very well would not be the way it is.
That's right.
If their idea were correct.
Dead. Like, you gotta watch your fucking back, I'm telling you. If you're in a 20-mile radius to where I live, be prepared to see me. Like, straight up. And I'm saying this as an American. I'm a Korean American here.
Johnny Somali's situation just went from bad to downright dangerous. Not only are Korean gangsters on his back, but even American gangsters have started circling his name. On top of that, the local public is furious, making him one of the most unwanted figures right now. What's even wilder is the growing talk that threats might not just stay local. People abroad are starting to eye him too. One man came forward saying Johnny Somali is destroying the reputation of black people in Asia. And that's heartbreaking to hear. The situation around Johnny has now blown up so badly that entire communities are voicing their anger and disappointment. Word on the street is clear. Johnny Somali, wherever you go, if there are Korean people around, you better watch your back. As if that wasn't enough. After a Korean gangster already targeted him, now another figure, this time a Korean American gangster, has announced he's coming after Johnny too. The gangster didn't hold back. He straight up threatened Johnny Somali, warning that if Johnny even gets near his radar, he'll face brutal consequences, even going as far as mentioning the death penalty. After all the chaos in Korea, it's clear that Johnny's nightmare is far from over. Even if he somehow slips away from Korea, stepping into the US won't bring him safety. Things could get way worse. Word is that multiple gang communities, including black communities, are actively hunting for him. At this point, Johnny Somali is staring down the biggest trouble of his entire life.
I think this guy is destroying the reputation of black people here in Asia. It's sad because I know quite a lot of black people who are highly intelligent, who are doing so many great work behind the scene, really, interacting, learning the language, you know, like getting closer to whatever culture, would it be in Japan?
No matter where he runs, escaping Korea might sound like a way out, but the US could be an even deadlier trap waiting for him. South Korean citizens are making it crystal clear. They want Johnny Somali gone. One Korean YouTuber even went so far as to place a $770 bounty for any info on his location, pushing people to keep the pressure on him. His reckless behavior hasn't just embarrassed himself, it's reinforcing ugly stereotypes and damaging reputations. And the anger doesn't stop in Korea. Looking at one heated comment, a man warned he better not come back to America. Turns out South Korea isn't the only place he's crossed the line. Plenty of people in the US are already waiting for him, and the message is loud and clear. Don't do it, Johnny. Don't come home. His actions have now triggered intense backlash on both sides of the world, leaving him nowhere to hide. Online comments and forums are exploding with warnings and raw frustration over Johnny Somali's antics. People keep pointing out how his reputation has stained not just his own name, but left a sour mark worldwide. And many believe he'll face serious personal consequences if he ever sets foot back in the US again. Some men have already spoken up, saying flat out that he's an embarrassment to the American people. Countless Americans are voicing the same thing. Johnny's reckless behavior abroad, his loud, disrespectful, and provocative stunts doesn't just shame him, it drags down the image of Americans everywhere he goes.
But Johnny Somali, just know, wherever you go, if there are Korean people, you gotta watch your back.
Critics are blasting Johnny Somali, saying his offensive stunts have flat out ruined the way Americans are seen in other countries. Every time he pulls one of his culturally disrespectful moves, he feeds the idea that he doesn't care about anyone else's values, and in the process, he fuels ugly stereotypes about American tourists worldwide. On social media and even in mainstream news outlets, commentators have been clear: Johnny does not represent the majority of Americans. His antics, however, are leaving lasting stains on the country's image overseas. This anger is echoed in countless online discussions, where users openly voice their disdain and demand consequences strong enough to finally shut down this behavior. Some communities in the US have gone even further, saying Johnny's racially charged and culturally insensitive content has caused damage that can't easily be forgiven.
We're not to be fucked with. You fuck us in LA, we go on the roofs and literally snipe you, mother. You fuck with us in the motherland, you're
even follow him back to his own turf. Some are already saying that if he tries to keep up his wild style of live streaming in America, he'll be not just unwelcome, safe. The negative attention around him keeps spreading, with more people suggesting he could end up being targeted by individuals outside of Korea because of his nonstop provocative behavior. Despite all the backlash, Johnny hasn't slowed down. His risky antics continue to push him deeper into danger. Many are already predicting that violent confrontations are only a matter of time if he doesn't stop. Meanwhile, South Korean police aren't letting him off the hook either. He's had multiple run-ins with them and remains officially banned from leaving the country as investigations into assault charges and suspected narcotics use keep stacking up against him. What makes things even worse for Johnny Somali is how quickly his downfall is snowballing into something he can't control. Drags down.
Gonna start playing golf? Dude, first of all, I'm not retiring, and secondly, when would I have time to play golf? What do you guys think I'm doing all day? My sub ends tomorrow, should I sub? Yes! What the bro, you guys not unsubbing? I'm gone because of a baby, you're gonna unsub? What the is that shit? Oh, but you guys will forget about your, like, Hulu subscriptions, your Netflix subscriptions, right? Your Spotify subscriptions. God forbid I leave for a month plus for a legitimate reason, and oh, you can't conveniently forget to sub. Yeah, well played, guys. Oh, I don't get. There's no paternity leave on Twitch. They don't give me insurance. They don't give me dental insurance. Yes, bro. I don't get sick days. Okay, this shit ain't sweet. This shit is not sweet. And for Philip Rivers numbers of kids. Oh, I got the I really am from last game.
A summoner has disconnected.
Oh wait, and to be honest, this is the Fiora and Elise duo queue I played against like 2 weeks ago, and the Fiora has like a really high win rate because they just ganked top.
Every day that passes, more layers of trouble seem to stack against him, and the public is watching closely, waiting for the next headline. His name has become a magnet for controversy, with people dissecting his every move on live streams, forums, and news platforms.
Like, you gotta watch your back, I'm telling you. If you're in a 20-mile radius to where I live, be prepared to see me. Like, straight up. And I'm saying this as an American. I'm a Korean American here, right? But it's in my bones. When people with Koreans, I intrinsically have this desire to make them find out. And there's no threat here.
Instead of being seen as just another reckless content creator, he's now painted as a symbol of arrogance, disrespect, and chaos. An image that's hard to shake once it spreads this far. And with authorities breathing down his neck in Korea, gang communities openly calling him out, and Americans themselves labeling him an embarrassment, Johnny is stuck in a worldwide storm of hate. He's cornered from all angles. And the scary part is, every road he takes looks like it could lead straight into danger. At this point, Johnny Somali is living like a man on borrowed time, and people can feel it. His name isn't just trending because of drama, it's trending because his reckless choices have made him a global target. Online, you see endless debates about whether he'll end up in jail, get deported, or face something far darker if he keeps testing his luck. The craziest part is how he continues to live stream as if nothing's wrong, flashing arrogance in the face of mounting threats. To many, this isn't bravery, it's stupidity.
Tell him to shove it in his fucking face. Like, without a doubt, I cannot stand this mother.
Communities in both Korea and the US are already sharpening their focus on him, and his every appearance sparks fresh outrage. Instead of building fame, Johnny has built a reputation that screams danger. And now he's stuck in the middle of a firestorm where even one wrong move could set off a chain of events he won't escape from. Johnny Somali is boxed in from every direction, and it's starting to look like his downfall could be closer than anyone thought. Every time he pops up on stream, people are dissecting his moves like it's a crime scene, waiting for the next slip-up to drag him even deeper into the fire. His reputation has shifted from just another loud troublemaker to a straight-up international problem, and that label is sticking hard. What's wild is how both the streets and the authorities are circling at the same time. Korean police got him locked in with investigations piling up, while gangster crews, both Korean and American, are openly throwing his name around like a target. That combo is deadly because no matter where Johnny turns, he's stepping on a landmine. And the public isn't letting up either. South Koreans are making it clear they want him gone for good, while Americans are blasting him online as an embarrassment who ruined their image abroad. Social media is eating this alive, with clips of his antics getting replayed just to show how reckless and disrespectful he's been.
Very popular guy all around the world. People cannot wait for Somali to visit their country so they can provide them with a gift called shatak.
Every thread, every forum, every news outlet is painting the same picture. Johnny Somali is a walking disaster, and the clock is ticking on how long he can keep dodging the fallout. Johnny Somali's life has turned into one giant manhunt, and the walls are closing in faster than he can react. Every corner of the globe seems to have his name marked in red, and the vibe is clear. Nobody wants him around. What started as just trolling has now escalated into a worldwide campaign of pure hostility. Korean citizens are chasing him like he's public enemy number one, with bounties, warnings, and non-stop heat every time his face shows up online. Meanwhile, U.S. communities are already bracing for his possible return, and the message is as raw as it gets. Don't come back here, Johnny. That isn't just random internet chatter. Real voices, real people are making it clear they're waiting on him with serious intentions. And let's not forget the gangsters circling his name like sharks smelling blood. From Korean crews overseas to American cliques calling him out, Johnny's got threats stacking from both sides of the ocean. He can't step foot outside without someone clocking him, and even online, the comments are drenched in warnings that his time might be running short. The more he tries to brush it off and live stream with that fake confidence, the more people are convinced he's spiraling into a trap he set up for himself. His antics may have made him go viral, but that same spotlight has painted a massive bullseye on his back. The world isn't laughing with him anymore. They're watching, waiting, and betting on when reality is going to catch up to Johnny Somali in the worst way possible. At this point, Johnny Somali's story feels less like internet drama and more like a ticking time bomb that everyone's watching in real time. His name is plastered across headlines, forums, and live stream replays. But instead of clout, all he's gaining is enemies. Korea has him locked down with legal battles. American voices are labeling him an embarrassment, and gangster crews on both continents are circling his every move with deadly intent. No matter where he turns, Johnny is walking straight into danger, and the truth is, there's nowhere left to run. The craziest part is that Johnny doesn't seem to get it. He's still streaming like nothing's wrong, flashing arrogance while the threats around him keep stacking higher and higher. That kind of denial doesn't make him look brave. It makes him look reckless, like a man testing fate over and over until something finally snaps. The backlash has grown beyond trolling, beyond hate comments. It's global, it's serious, and it's only getting more intense with every day that passes. If you made it this far, sound off in the comments. Do you think Johnny Somali will survive this storm, or is he already on borrowed time? Make sure to like, share, and subscribe if you want more deep dives like this.
time since I've done a reaction video. This is long, and it may get to the point where I'm like, oh my God, we've had too much of this woman. I've only watched half of it, but half of it is more than enough to get enough data. So there's going to be some new stuff that I'm reacting to genuinely, but I watched half of it and I'm like, dear sweet Lord, I didn't need to watch anymore. There was nothing that was going to redeem what I saw. So we're going to watch this. I have no idea who Dick Shu is, and I probably need some Tylenol Americans to do some research on Dick Shu, because typically when people give fluff interviews, they're playing for the same team with Dick Shu. So Dick Shu and Jenny they're on the same team. You can tell it's not a hostile interview. This is a softball. They give a lot of signals to each other of, hey, we're on the same team. Hey, this is a friendly interview. This is not at all a hostile interview or something that's a real interview that we're asking hard questions. It's not Joe Rogan, right? This is like a, hey, come on here and we're going to softball you.
Oh, a little more than that. Well, let me start by asking you, because everybody is slightly different, why you went to law school in the first place.
Okay, this is very important. This is a coded message. She's asking, why did you go to law school? The way that they answer puts them in the pro-DEI or anti-DEI camp, right? Listen to her answer and listen to what motivates her. Once again, I want to be very clear. I am very against racism. I am very against anything legitimate. I think if there's a legitimate claim, bring it to court, right? Bring it to court, lock the people up. Lock the people up if it's a crime, right? If it's a criminal act, go to the police, go to law enforcement. By the way, not the university, because the university honor code system is a kangaroo court. They can convict you of stuff with like almost no due process. You're not allowed a real lawyer. It's just like people's feelings. It's a bunch of kids judging you. Like it's kangaroo court. Kangaroo court. Go to a real court and file a complaint. So I have severe suspicions when people are like, well, we talked to the university. Well, the university is on your side to begin with.
Well, I started the way many Asian American kids do in college, studying a handful of sciences. So I started in cellular molecular biology, and then I moved to have a concentration in computer science. And somewhere along the way, I got involved with our Asian American activist organization at the university.
Stop there. What did she just say? Our Asian American activist organization. So she called it an activist organization. That's a virtue signal, because these things are not necessarily activists. Once again, I had I'll tell the story. I had a very close friend in Korea, very near and dear to me. She's an extremely intelligent woman. She's extremely capable. She's pretty based, right? Head of her sorority, head of the Asian American Society, but they just did cultural events and parties and did cool stuff and fun stuff about Asian culture. I live in Asia, right? I love Asia, right? I love all that stuff. That's all great, right? But she slipped in the word there, activist, right? That is not a mistake. Let me tell you right now, guys, that is intentional. That is very, 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 very intentional.
University of Michigan. It was called the University of Michigan Asian Student Coalition. And it was my work with that group that actually ended up getting me over to law school. Because what happened was we had a dispute.
So her activism got her into law school. So she came in as an activist. Once again, there's nothing wrong with defending against legal stuff. But once again, that's a job for law enforcement, right? Report that to law enforcement. You should not be once again, report it, giving over any evidence, right? Law enforcement. Is it a crime? Right? Someone said they practiced the podcast. It's possible they submitted questions ahead of time.
University, there was an event at a fraternity where a group of our cohort went, and they experienced some racial slurs at the frat. And our group engaged.
So they said she doesn't say what racial slur. She doesn't say what the frat was. And once again, let me remind you guys, I said this earlier, but let me say it again. One of the big things about Stop Asian Hate was they stopped that movement after people looked into the statistics. So who was it? What was it? What was said specifically, right? Now, let me be really clear. Real racism does exist. People do say racist things, right? But what exactly was it? What was the context, right? Maybe it was real, but the point is she's leading with it. It's very, very, very sus.
And so they organized a mediation between our group and the fraternity. And I remember sitting in that mediation and thinking to myself, I'm getting rings run around me at this moment. And
This is very non-specific. So she's giving. So this story is like some victim story that you'd make up in like a victim book, where you're just making up a victim story, because she's not giving out specifics. She's not saying anybody's name. She's not saying who. She's not saying what. She's just saying, I felt like I had rings around me. She's talking about feelings. What do we focus on in the law? Facts over feelings. What are the facts here? I'm not hearing many facts. This is a very, once again, you have to pick these people apart. You have to pick up their lingo. You have to pick up what they do, right? It even looks like she's reading off of a script. If you look at her eyes, she looks like she's reading off a script, right? He also kind of looks like he's reading off a script as well, right? They're not looking at each other. Like, it looks like they're not looking at each other. Maybe it's just because it's like the Zoom call look, it looks like it's like a really cheap Zoom call. Maybe that's it. But it almost looks like she's got like a victim script that she's reading off of.
I don't like that feeling, and this isn't going to happen again. And right after that, I ended up chucking the science and signing up for law school.
Was that a hard decision or not too hard?
Not that hard.
And what did you think of law school when you got there? Did you like it a lot, or were you
at the risk of sounding like a complete tool, I loved law school.
That's okay. There are people who love law school. I think that
I don't even.
No, there aren't. Now he's lying. Who loved law school? What are you talking about?
I
Not
think kids
okay.
today know what it means when you say I was a complete tool. I was not a complete tool, but I loved law school.
Well, so how did you kind of migrate? I mean, obviously you went to law school. I assume you didn't know exactly what kind of lawyer you wanted to be. You somehow migrated into the world of intellectual property. Tell me a little about how that happened.
Well, my first job was actually at a large litigation shop.
What? Stop right there. This is a big tell. This is a huge one. And this is one of the biggest problems, is that your first job as a lawyer defines you. My first job as a lawyer, like as a real lawyer, not for summer, not for everything else, right? But as a lawyer, was with helping big corporations like Universal Studios and doing property and real estate. And that affected the way I think about things, because in property, real estate, and with big business, you work on win-win scenarios, right? You generate win-win scenarios, you generate money. I care about money and making things profitable. I'm a transactional attorney. That's what I grew up as. That's what I grew up as from a baby lawyer to a big lawyer, right? And then I went in-house, worked with big corporations, did regulation, did compliance, did a lot of other stuff. When you start as a litigator, right? Litigation, right? It sets you in a way where your mind thinks litigate, litigate, litigate. That is the last person you want at the head of your company. Every company I worked for that was sane. Universal was sane. Their general counsel was fine. They're kind of based, actually. Kind of a Chad. But that's at least the one I dealt with back in the day. I don't know if they changed now. But point of the matter is, they care about money first. They don't care about litigation. They want to avoid litigation. This person, because she's from a litigation shop, that means they focus on litigation, not a full stack law firm. My law firm did a bunch of things. They did bankruptcy, they did property, they did litigation, they did all sorts of, they would do your divorce if you wanted to. They did a lot of stuff, right? That's kind of what we call full service, right? She was focused on litigation. That puts a specific mindset and makes you litigation crazy. That's the problem here. That's a big problem here. Let's go.
A lot of insurance was involved because it was a product liability case that had gone on for years. And of course, the damage that had been done had continued over several decades. And so many, many insurance policies responded, or arguably responded, to the incident. So I spent a good chunk of my time doing complex litigation, which really does, in the big firms, having an experience like that teaches you the mechanics. Gives you a really good foundation for the exercise of law. And of course, it's only litigation, and there's many, many kinds of law, but it does teach you the rigor, and it does teach you it gives you the technical skill base. So after that, after being at Heller for about 4.5 years or so, intellectual property was hot and interesting. And if you've done a fraud or contracts case, it feels very useful.
Okay. So she's into intellectual property litigation, right? Litigation. So part of what she's doing that really worries me, but she's setting herself up as I am a litigator who will sue people. What this does, what she's saying to the people out there, the DI, ESG people, is to waste money of the company. So what she's signaling is I am going to drain these companies' money, because all the litigation does is drain the company's money. And that's what DEI and ESG is really set up to do. It's not set up to help the company. It's actually set up to kill the company. It's like a poison pill. They plant it inside the company to kill a productive American company. When you want to kill a productive American company, a beloved company, a company like Disney that Walt raised, Walt will be ashamed of what happened today with the Disney company. You put DEI and ESG in it. You add DEI and ESG, and it, without fail, kills the company. Once again, the company doesn't die because they get a lot of injection of capital. There's a lot of mysterious money that comes into them. For example, government money. Remember during COVID, a lot of money came in mysteriously. They got all these capital injections. That's the only way they stay up. Without that, they'd be gone, because DEI killed the productivity of those companies and they killed their business model, right? But now we're on a turn where companies no longer have those cash injections, where DEI is being exposed. Shout out to Kirsha. She's done the Lord's work on this. And she's also talked about how they're trying to convert it to Bridge, and we can't let it be converted to something else or let the name change. Kirsha's done a great job on that.
But at the same time, not particularly keyed into the times or the environment. And at that time, patent litigation was hot. Into what we used to call at the time soft intellectual property, copyrights and trademarks were just fun and interesting because they really involved people's creativity. So I came to Townsend, as you probably know, in 1996 and started working right away on mainly soft IP cases to begin with. I developed a preliminary injunction practice.
A preliminary injunction practice. This means she got used to quickly shutting people down. That's exactly the type of thing you'd file against the modding community or anybody else. So she pretty much perfected to stop the little guy, to stop people right away with IP, et cetera. Now, once again, sometimes these things are important, but I'm very concerned that this is the methods that she's looking at, because how many people have gotten a cease and desist, have gotten an injunction, have gotten some sort of court order out of nowhere, right? For what? Right? With no due process, et cetera, right? Very concerning, very concerning. But she talks about guarding creativity with preliminary injunctions. That's not what you're talking about. We're talking about is killing creativity, because the real creativity are the people you're shutting down, like Pow World, like the modders. That's the real creativity. Your creativity is dead at the Pokemon Company International, Kabushiki Gaisha Pokemon, right? You killed it. Officer Jenny killed it. People like Officer Jenny around the world are killing creativity. They hate creativity. They hate fun. They hate fans. They hate you, right? We can't let the people that hate win, right? We are the lovers. We're the people that love Pokemon. We care about Pokemon. And we got to say Pokemon. We got to say Pikachu. Pikachu's in trouble right now, guys. Pikachu's in deep trouble, right? Like Giovanni's got him, you know, but we can say Pikachu. We can say Pikachu. We can redeem Pikachu. We can do it. We got to do it right. We got to go to the Japanese, the base Japanese, because they'll listen to us. There's some people out there. I guarantee you, there are some base Chads in Japan that'll be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like to Officer Jenny over here. And they will correct her, right? If she tries to mouth off to some of these Japanese people, I'm telling you right now, they're not going to take this Karening from this boba liberal who's trying to push DEI. They will not take that. I have many people I know in Japan, and so I know some people that they know people in Japan. That's cool. I know people in Japan as well, right? You know, once again, I've been there many, many times. I love Japan. I love the country. They're still very, very, very old school in the way they do things, right? In their style. And once again, it's their culture. How can we say we're better than that? And that's the horrible thing about DEI. DEI says they're better than Japan. DEI thinks the DEI way is better than the Japanese way. You don't get to say that. You're a Japanese company. Follow an order, follow a hierarchy, stand in line, right? And you know, once again, these people all talk, they act tough about, oh, I love culture, oh, I love this and that. He wouldn't make it a day. Officer Jenny wouldn't make it a day a day in a Japanese company, a Korean company, or a Chinese company. I know I know many female lawyers over here, right? I'm familiar with them. They don't act like Officer Jenny. She would not cut it in Asia at all, period. I can tell you that right now, as someone in Asia, right?
We were the plaintiff on our IP infringement cases, on the small ones, kind of what we would call the anti-piracy cases.
Mhm.
But these were large copyright cases, and they were.
So she gets excited about large copyright cases. She's loves them. She is litigation hungry for large copyright cases. They will not take that. I have many people I know in Japan, and so I know some people that know people in Japan. That's cool. I know people in Japan as well, right? Once again, I've been there many, many times. I love Japan. I love the country. They're still very, very, very old school in the way they do things, right? In their style. And once again, it's their culture. How can we say we're better than that? And that's the horrible thing about DEI. DEI says they're better than Japan. DEI thinks the DEI way is better than the Japanese way. You don't get to say that. You're a Japanese company. Follow an order, follow a hierarchy, stand in line, right? And once again, these people all talk, they act tough about, oh, I love culture, oh, I love this and that. He wouldn't make it a day. Officer Jenny wouldn't make it a day in a Japanese company, a Korean company, or a Chinese company. I know many female lawyers over here, right? I'm familiar with them. They don't act like Officer Jenny. She would not cut it in Asia at all, period. I can tell you that right now, as someone in Asia, right?
We were the plaintiff on our IP infringement cases, on the small ones, kind of what we would call the anti-piracy cases. But these were large copyright cases, and they were.
So she gets excited about large copyright cases. She's loves them. She is litigation hungry for large copyright cases.
One of them was still ongoing when I went in-house. So I had a soft transition. I was running the litigation, only running it from inside the company, as opposed to from the law firm. So that was.
So this is the point. She had no transactional experience. This woman is unqualified for her job. I'm gonna tell you right now, as a person who's worked in it, she's unqualified for her job. Let me say this the third time. She's unqualified for her job. Whoever hired this woman should be looked into. Japanese companies are looking at this. Who hired this woman? Why did they hire somebody who's unqualified? A general counsel should have transactional experience. If they do not, they're unqualified for the job.
I just started moving into more and more areas. Then in 2005, we were preparing to launch the PlayStation Network, which of course is gigantic today. But at that time, we were putting together the legal framework for that. So I got tasked with that. And that really was an opportunity to conduct interdisciplinary examinations and to understand how the entire business fit together, because the company had never been a retailer before. And that was its first foray.
When you took that job at Sony, you'd obviously end up spending a lot of time there. Did you have an idea of how long you were going to stay there? Did you think you would stay as long as you did, or what was your plan?
No. Prior to that, my stints, I'd been 4 years at Heller and then 4 years at Townsend. And I think the first time I looked up and looked at the calendar at Sony, I was 10 years in, and I was like, oh, whoops.
Those 10 years were some of the worst 10 years at Sony, and they were the 10 years where DEI came in. Just saying, just a little comment there.
How was it working for a Japanese company being in America? I mean, obviously, was that a cultural challenge? Was that something you were used to? Tell me a little bit about that.
Not at all at Sony. They're for a Japanese company, they're quite forward thinking. And
are they though? Or is that the agenda you pushed on them?
that part was not an adjustment at all. And no issues there. An extremely respectful company. They've been, they've had American CEOs in their subsidiaries, American and British and Welsh. So they're very used to having American leadership.
What about the game? What about the gaming industry? You sound like you obviously work with them as a client. You knew something about it, but obviously you had to get a lot deeper into that space. Is that something you really enjoy? Do you like playing games yourself? I mean, tell me a little about that.
I do, although I grew up, so the 3D game console generation came when I was just out of law school. So I didn't have a lot of time to console game, but I grew up playing arcade games.
Fake gamer. It's fake gamer. We need, once again, yeah, this is a problem. She doesn't play games. She hates games. She hates games. I played arcade game. What the fuck is that? She doesn't even play games. Fake gamer, doesn't know anything about the actual product. If you are brought into if you're brought into a company, this makes me mad. If you're brought in a company, you should know about the product. At least know about the product. Knows nothing about the product. It's a complete joke. This is a joke. This is a joke. You need someone who loves Pokemon, who knows Pokemon, who lives, sleeps, breathes, eats Pokemon, right? Nobody buys that. This is once again travesty. The Pokemon Company International has gone evil. We're going to get into today how the insane chief legal officer and their crazy policies of lawfare and DEI are destroying the company that we all love, that we all grew up with. They're destroying our childhood, and they are hell-bent on doing the absolute worst things. We have that all exposed today on The Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney over here in Asia. And this has been really a crazy story. And the more you crack into it, the more we crack into it, the crazier it gets. Now, they thought we were going to go away after 1 day or 2 days. They thought the news cycle was going to blow over. Oh, no. The Pokemon International Company and their rabbit hole goes deep. And the corruption within this company and their entrenchment within the DEI industrial complex with all sorts of other lawfare is absolutely insane. It's nuts. And the more you look at this, the more there is to turn over. Now, I'm going to go through a long form interview in my live version. So if you want to see that, and it's really cool, you're going to need to watch the live version. But this is a fast facts video. It's meant to be the quick and dirty version of latest legal news. So we're going to keep it brief. We're going to keep it short. But if you like these shorter versions, you can like the video and you can comment below. So let's get right in today. Of course, I've got a PP. Of course, I've got a fresh one for you on Pokemon going evil. Now, the first thing is, of course, I want to do a little refresher on our campaign. Of course, this is Stop the Pokemon Company International, and we're also tagging the Japanese company tags. Once again, I'm going to say this several times, but it's very important to tag the Japanese company because we need to get the attention of Japan. Right now, the Japanese company is not aware of how crazy it's going in the United States. They don't really know. They don't really have close oversight in the organizational structure. They kind of just say, hey, you guys do your thing over there in America, but don't embarrass us. Well, they're embarrassing them. And we need to make it clear to the Japanese company and to the Japanese side of things that this is absolutely going the wrong way. We need to get their attention, and we need to make sure that they know what's going on. So we're going to engage in whatever behavior is necessary to get these things done. The requests are really simple. Settle the lawsuit with Palworld, right? It's better to coexist than to legally destroy competition. They can both exist. There's no reason why they need to go and try to crush this company other than some zealous, crazy attempt to control the entire genre, to control everything that even remotely looks like Pokemon at all. Also to cease the lawfare against the modding community. The precedent that they will set will stop modding pretty much forever when it's applied to other cases. Once again, people who are defending Nintendo, that are defending this, they hyper focus on these specific patents and they get in the details and they start arguing, well, they filed it then, they filed it then. You're missing the point, right? You're missing the forest. You're looking at a tree. The point is, when you set case precedent, when you go to court and you get a ruling, that ruling is used in other ways, broader ways, beyond just what that one little case says. So while you might have an argument pro Pokemon Company, right? While you might be able to defend them, you need to understand that when we talk about cases, We're looking at the big picture. We're looking at the law, because as you see in the law, one little case can change everything, not just in the country, but in the world, because IP is global. These are considerations all around the world. These impacts are massive for gaming, and it cannot be understated. I'm not understanding this at all whatsoever. They also need to cease the patent trolling behavior. They're engaging in registering overly broad patents in an attempt to control the genre. And what we really want them to do is go back to the original vision, go back to the vision of the creators, right? Go back to the original people. But what the normal Pokemon is doing, what the modern Pokemon is doing is they are destroying the old Pokemon. They have made the original people, the original vision, they've destroyed it, they perverted it, and they made them into villains. So we're going to show you, excuse me there, I need to get my water, but we're going to show you how they are tearing this company down and destroying everything we love. So I'm going to get into it real quick. What can we do? What's the strategy? Once again, the American branch has gone wild with litigation DI. The Japanese company is giving them almost no oversight. If you guys have listened to my coverage of Niji Sanji, the VTuber company is very, very similar to what I've covered with those guys. As you saw with Niji Sanji, the blackest of black companies, right? They really didn't care. They really don't care about their overseas foreign brands, similar with many other VTuber companies, which are big Japanese corporations. Remember, there's a cultural aspect to this, and a lot of Japanese corporations operate like this. They're very hands-off with their branches. You see that here, in Asia, when there's, for example, the Japanese parent company and they have a subsidiary in another country, they often are very, very hands-off. They just say, hey, bring us the money and don't cause trouble, right? So what they said to them, and what we know they said, is, hey, don't embarrass us or the brand. Remember, they're publicity shy. That's something they said, their former counsel said themselves, right? Which may have been a little bit of a barb at the current chief counsel. I can sense a little tension there. But, what we must do is cause public embarrassment legally. Once again, I'm encouraging everybody, and let me be very, very clear about this. We need to engage in this campaign in a legal, peaceful way, in a way that's respectful, but legal, right? Memes are legal, right? Humor is legal. Parody is legal. Now, it's legal in America. So one of the big things here is that, we can make memes that are considered disrespectful to the Japanese in America. So under Japanese law, they might be defamation, right? But in America, they're called fair use and criticism, right? So under American law, God bless America, we need to go out there and create those memes. We need to go out there and just absolutely go for them, because that's the way we're going to get their attention. Because when the Japanese see these things, when they see the tags in Japanese, tagging the Japanese company, use the kanji, it'll be in the description below. That's when they're really going to wake up. That's when they're going to be like, what the hell is going on here? This is disrespectful. What's going on? Because they don't know. They're not paying attention. When they wake up, and when all of a sudden the Pokemon Company International and their boba liberal, insane activist, litigation crazy chief legal counsel, Jennifer, right? We're going to get into her in a second. When they find out about, they're going to have some splaining to do. And they're really not going to have anything to explain for it. They're going to say, well, we thought suing everybody was great. We thought the strategy was amazing. We thought it was great. Well, we think DEI is great too. We think kicking kids out of card games is amazing. That's great for us, right? That's great for the Pokemon Company. That's what we want. And the Japanese are going to be like, what the fuck? Like, it's going to be epic, because that meeting is going to be the most uncomfortable thing ever. Trust me, I'm a corporate attorney. I've been general counsel. I've worked with big corporations. When these parent companies abroad find this out, there will be a reckoning in that boardroom. I do not want to be a fly on the wall on that call. That is going to be so awkward. And let's make it awkward for them, because they've decided to engage in this campaign of bullying the little guy, of picking on the small company. They thought they could pick on Power World and beat up on them. They thought they can beat up on modders. They thought they can beat up on the freaking Super Mario supermarket in Costa Rica. Yes, that's a real thing. Yes, that's a real thing. They did that. That's insane, crazy litigation. So what we got to do especially is go after the sacred Pokemon execs, especially the Japanese ones, because by memeing them, once again, these are friendly memes. They're under US law. We find it friendly. They find it disrespectful culturally, right? Once again, you have to understand Japanese culture here. Anybody who's really in Japan or been to Japan, like I have, like many of my friends who live there, know this is the way. This is the way to do it. You got to poke them where they're sensitive just to wake them up. Once again, we just want to wake them up. And once they're woken up, once the problem is fixed, we'll go back to being super respectful. We'll go back to being cool. We'll go back to making good games and fair criticism. But for now, we got to meme them. So what do? We engage in fair use criticism under American law. We have videos criticizing them. We have memes. One of the big targets, I think, that you guys can go for, create memes and everything else, is Tsunekaze Ishihara. That's going to really get under their skin. We got to paint him as the Giovanni or the Gary, right? He's got to be the top villain here in all of the memes because that's going to wake the Japanese up. Tagging that on X, tagging that on Twitter, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, everywhere else, every single platform. We got to be making memes out here until they ask what the heck is going on. The other thing you can do is contact your political representatives. This is very, very important because a lot of what's going on here with patents needs to be stopped. You need to call them up and say, what the hell is the Pokemon Company International doing with their patents? Why are these getting rubber stamped? What's going on in the patent office? Hey, we need an investigation in the patent office. Can you guys look into the patent office and see what the hell is going over there? Who is approving these patents? Why were they doing this? There needs to be a check on these people. There needs to be some accountability, and your political representatives can't do that. Call them up, give them a call. Remember to get on the phone. That's the most effective way. You can also send a letter. You can write them. You can go see them. But calling is super effective with getting your political representatives. Use these specific tags. Remember, this is a big one. I still see you guys out there using Nintendo. You cannot use Nintendo. Nintendo is used to haters. Nintendo owns a large share, 32%, of the Pokemon Company. And it is relevant. We're going to get into the change there that's happening at Nintendo that just got announced today. Once again, Nintendo does have a large share, but the tag that's going to annoy them is the Pokemon Company International, specifically this Japanese kanji right here. This is the name in Japanese. This is Japanese kanji, right? This is a name romanized, right? So you can use both if you want to. You can copy paste both. You can copy paste all three, but make sure you're using this one. And if any Japanese speakers are out there, any Chads out there that know Japanese, make posts in Japanese, get the Japanese audience out there. I'm going to have a Japanese translation of one of my original videos out there so that the Japanese can know. I'm paying some good money for that one. But we need to let the Japanese know because the Japanese don't know. We got to keep it up for over a week. They think it's going to die down in a few days. They're going to break. I have enough. I'll tell you right now, I have enough content to keep this going for a while. And if they don't know about LawTube and don't know about what we do and haven't seen my coverage of Johnny Somali or Johnny Depp or Amber Heard, oh, baby, we can keep it up for days. I can keep my PP up for days. You can count on that. Hold on. I got a new reaction that may go with objection. Hope you guys like that one. But anyways, we're going to be able to keep this up for a while. I'm going to keep this going. I'm not going to stop till there's some change, till there's some action here, or until I get a cease and desist, whatever comes first, right? But if they do, I'll publicize that and I'll make sure to make it very, very clear that they're trying to shut down fair use and criticism. So have fun with that either way. Once again, LawTube profits either way. We all profit either way. They can strike one of us down, but we will rise. We will become stronger. We will multiply, right? This is what happens, right? When you mess around like this. So let's get into they hate kids, right? There's a teen who was laughed at. A teen who laughed when asked for preferred pronouns was kicked out of a Pokemon card tournament. This is part of their DEI and other ESG DEI initiative. They cannot tolerate anybody who doesn't accept their religion. And forcing a child to accept your religion or pronouns is not okay. There are many people of different religions, ethnicities, whatever else, that do not acknowledge the use of whatever other pronouns, or don't even acknowledge that. Maybe they don't even use pronouns, right? So when you get asked that and you just laugh about it, okay, that's reasonable. In fact, that's even discriminatory against somebody who might not believe in that and might not carry that belief. They just laughed. They didn't hurl out a racial slur. They didn't hurl out anything else. They just laughed. That's it. And they were kicked out of the Pokemon card tournament. And let me read the story here so you guys know I'm not making this up. It's in Charlotte. A teenager who plays Pokemon trading card game, TCG. Remember, this is very similar to like MTG, Wizards of the Coast. I used to play MTG semi-competitively. My ELO score isn't great, but I did all right. I really just like burn. I like to get through it quickly. But anyways. So this guy was playing at a high competitive level and was disqualified after he laughed when he was asked his pronouns. Makani Tran was out $800, a couple of flights, and missed school time after he offended a non-binary judge, cutting his tournament run short for a bizarre reason. The teenager said he never meant to offend anyone and was close to tears when disqualified. Literally, the guy's it's a teenager. You're picking on a child. You have a judge who's supposed to be neutral, right? Judges are supposed to be neutral. But instead, they have these DEI, ESG approved judges that are out here kicking out children because they refuse to accept their religion, right? And once again, the religion of you are required to have pronouns, right? That is not something everybody has to accept. And let me be very clear about this. If you want to use alternative pronouns in your regular life, you tell all your friends, do whatever you want, that's your right. You can do that, right? My issue is compelled speech. My issue has always been compelled speech. Compelled speech is wrong. It's un-American, and it should not be done anywhere, any place, anytime. That is a DI ESG thing, right? That's it. That's all. This, and mind you, this was not an instance where this teenager like misgendered the judge, right? The judge had a plaque that said, call me they, them. And they called it, they called them it or something like that. That wasn't what happened here, right? They just laughed at the question. That's a much different issue. That's much different. So he even said he was facing off against one of the U.S.'s best players, Alex Shiminsky, and had nerves laughing awkwardly. So literally, this is you're laughing at an awkward teenager who's in a high pressure situation. And trust me, I know. I've been in these tournaments. I've gotten to the playoffs, like to the knockout rounds, right? After the general pop is out and you're in the knockouts. It's tense. You're really worried because there's a lot of money on the line. There's status on the line. It's a big thing. So the fact that you laugh nervously at that and they kick you out, talk about snowflake of snowflakes of snowflake. That is uber DEI. And the fact is they haven't backed down from that. They've only doubled down from that, particularly under their new chief general counsel, or rather their chief legal officer, Jennifer. We're going to get into Jennifer in a second. So here's another one that you guys know. Pokemon sues fans to block a Pokemon party on the eve of the PAX convention in Seattle. It's happened in 2015. So literally these were fans that just wanted to run a Pokemon tournament. A Pokemon event, right? They just wanted to have some themed shots, dancing, giveaways, cosplay. But can fans have nice things under this Pokemon, authoritarian Pokemon regime? No, they cannot. Fans cannot have fun. Fans are not allowed to have fun because the poster had Pikachu and Snivy. I'll show you the next one. Pikachu's image was also used to promote it. So because of this poster here, once again, this is for legal, educational, fair use purposes. I'm showing this to educate, right? It's fair use. It's very fair use. The Pokemon Company International, Kabushiki Gaisha Pokemon. This is the Japanese name right there. Kabushiki Gaisha Pokemon. They hate fans. They hate fun. They hate free events, right? No cover all night with DJ Dirty. DJ Dirty Bit. I want to get down with DJ Dirty Bit.
Yes.
To have a little reaction there. It sounds like a fun event, but we can't have fun at Pokemon. No. Thanks to who? Jennifer Leo. And I may be mispronouncing her last name, which, Jennifer, no offense, Leo or Leo, whatever. I'm going to call her Jen. We'll call her Jen. We're going to talk to Miss Jen over here, right? Jenny. We'll call her Jenny, right? Jenny. These people, and we know this during the Kirk incident, they put way too much on LinkedIn. And it just so turns out, Shock Pikachu can confirm, she's the current chief legal officer at LinkedIn. These people expose themselves left and right. So did a little bit of looking around here. Look at this. Shock Pikachu. She worked at Sony, another giga woke DEI company. All the other gaming channels, all the other people out there are going to be able to back me up on this one. They are absolutely one of the worst of the worst of the worst offenders. So not surprised there. Not surprised there at all. And I listened to an interview, which I will give in my full form. It's going to be a very long stream. I'm going to go through it all. I went through what she did and who she is. So here's the big thing about her that you guys need to know. She started her career as an activist, and she virtue signaled, and this is a kind of code talk. You can watch the interview. I'll try to post the link below. They may try to take it down because they're going to be scared of it being exposed. But what they do to virtue signal is they start by talking about their activism. Now, she talks about experiencing racism at a fraternity during college. And let me be very clear. I'm very much against racism and very sympathetic to that. One of my very, very close friends in Korea, the head of an Asian sorority over there in Texas, would tell me, hey, no, this stuff does happen. And I'm very sympathetic to that. And I think this should be corrected. People should be punished when they go through that. But the key here is, why would you lead with that as your purpose for getting into law? That is a virtue signal. That is a code speak for saying, I am an activist. I am an activist first and foremost. I am on team activist, right? That is her getting that message out there. So that's how she led the interview. She also goes into, and there's a lot of other details, but one of the very important things is she was heavy in litigation. All she did was she eats, sleeps, and drinks litigation. This is a litigation. I've never met a lawyer that is more litigation hungry than Jenny. And not only that, but she says that her top qualification for the lawyer she hires is litigation experience, not transactional experience. That is insane. As a person who's worked as a general in general counsel, right? As associate general counsel, I've worked with general counsel. That is nuts. You want general counsel that is transactional. Why the hell are you hiring a litigator as your chief general counsel? That is nuts. You need somebody who puts business first. That's transactional lawyers. The difference is, guys, litigation attorneys live and breathe inside the courtroom. Transactional attorneys are attorneys like myself and many others that are the quiet behind the scenes attorneys that you don't normally see, because you know what we do? We generate win-wins for company. We generate business. We make deals. We make contracts. We make things happen. That's not what Jennifer does. Or Jenny. Sorry, Jenny. That's not what Jenny does. What Jenny does is destroy people. What Jenny does is sue supermarkets in Costa Rica. What she does is sue, kick kids out of events. What she does is go after people that you don't need to go after. She starts in these campaigns, launches in these insane crusades that are unnecessary for the company. It is completely unnecessary for the company from a business standpoint. It is a business loss. You are losing money by investing so heavily in litigation. You are losing money. Whenever you sue, you are losing money. You're not making money. Nobody is like net winning off of that. Even if you win your little IP, your petty IP battle, you've lost so much in legal fees. And more than that, you've lost good favor, you lost good marketing, and you become the villain. Congratulations, Jenny. I hope you're happy you become the villain, right? So once again, you see, this is a boba liberal type, never been outside their gated community, never seen, hey, this is what gamers are. This is what they're doing. This is what they want. They're not giving the gamers, she's not giving the gamers what they want. She doesn't know Pokemon as deeply as the people that love the product. She doesn't understand the people modding, the people out there who are contributing to this. And that's a big problem. That's a huge problem. With Jenny. Now, a little bit of extra here. So this is Sutaro Furukawa. Now, some people, by the way, some people are trying to say that I don't know the Nintendo structure. No, I know. Nintendo owns a portion of the Pokemon company, right? There's a Pokemon company in Japan and a subsidiary in America, right? The subsidiary in America is in Washington. They're very heavy DEI, super giga woke, right? This guy's over here in Japan with Nintendo, right? So he's controlling Nintendo Japan. Their subsidiary is Nintendo in America. So what you got here, what do you got right here? You got Devin Pritchard coming in. She's just going to be in for Nintendo of America. Now, once again, not direct relationship to Pokemon International Company. Of course, they all have each other's phone numbers. They all can call each other, right? But it looks like we're going to get more DEI and whatnot at Nintendo Company of America. So once again, if this is the type of thing you want to see these companies torn apart, you want to see lawfare, this is what's going to happen at the company. But I want to know what you guys think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
so it's quite the Rubik cube. You can't just explain one thing without affecting 100 other things that we know very well.
Yeah, that's right.
As it so this is part of what gives us confidence in the overall Big Bang scenario for the origin of the universe, because it's supported in so many ways with so many different branches of astrophysics. And so, yeah, this is actually a cosmic queries. Matt, you didn't tell me this was a cosmic queries. Why didn't you tell me that?
Oh, because I don't feel like I have any seniority on this show.
Okay, I grant thee astrophysics powers in the flow of content.
I'm honored to be your knave. Does this make me a knave? I don't know. I'm not
Squire. You're Squire. Yeah.
Squire. I'll take that. I have to put your mortarboard and your gown on you and just send you off to battle. So yeah, there's some great questions as always sent in by your Patreon subscribers. So Hannah Cantley from the City of Roses, Portland, Oregon says, could the effects of dark energy on space-time geometry potentially arising from entropic forces complicate our ability to measure distances to distant galaxies, especially considering that their apparent recession speeds may exceed the speed of light due to the expansion of space, and this might necessitate new models and techniques to account for these influences?
Yeah, Wendy, is dark energy messing with you? Could it be messing with you? If you don't know what it is, you can't say that it's not messing with you. How about that?
Well, I think that's fair. I think we know very little about what the future evolution of the universe is going to be. Will dark energy decrease with time? Is it constant? Is it Einstein's cosmological constant? And I think these are empirical questions right now because we don't have a good theory. And ultimately, we do hope that there will be a fundamental theory. But right now we're being guided by observations, and the observations that it's decreasing with time, evolving with time, and getting less. There's less of it now. That's new, and there are many more experiments on the drawing board that will test that, and we'll see how it lands.
Now, isn't there a dark matter telescope coming online?
It just did. That's the Vera Rubin telescope.
Oh wait, what's the Nancy Grace Roman telescope? What's that one?
That's a survey telescope. It's a NASA telescope in space.
What is that? That's didn't they call that the dark matter telescope or not?
Originally, the Vera Rubin telescope. It started out probably 30 years ago, almost.
Oh yeah, okay. But we just did 2 shows on the Rubin telescope, so we're up on that. Matt, what do you got next?
Lissa says there is still a gap between how fast the universe is expanding based on nearby measurements versus predictions from the early universe. Based on your work, do you think this means we're missing something in how we measure it, or could it mean our current model of the universe needs to change? And Alyssa also says, thank you for being a badass woman of science.
I think that's precisely the question we want to answer. And I think, I personally am open to it coming out either way, but I have to be convinced by the data. And at the moment, I am not convinced
And ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk a little bit about Xbox. I don't know what's going on. I think they're losing their minds a little bit. So this might be the one generation, I think, of gaming where things just keep getting more expensive. And, you know, I'm one of those people where I do really enjoy playing video games. You know, I fire up the Steam Deck every so often, and I fire up games all the time. Games like Sleeping Dogs, for instance, I'm playing on it recently. Playing some Dave the Diver. I was playing the Yakuza games all over again. You know, I just bought my games, played them on the deck, so on and so forth. What if I told you, for the price of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate for the year, you could probably unsubscribe and save up enough money to buy one of these Steam Decks, not the OLED, you could get the LCD one, for roughly that price? You might be like, whoa, that doesn't make any sense. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the new Xbox Game Pass prices. Now it kind of looks like you're going to the gas station and filling up gas in your car. You got like you've got the flex fuel, which is barely even fuel. You've got regular gas, and then you've got, oh boy, I just bought myself a German car, and I gotta spend big bucks to fill that bitch up. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I want to just go over some of the stuff for you. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. For $10 a month, ladies and gentlemen, you can get 50 plus games and unlimited cloud gaming, online console multiplayer. I love how we have just Skinner-box conditioned gamers who play on consoles, whether it be the Switch, PlayStation, or the Xbox. Paying for multiplayer is totally okay, dog. I wish it was like PC gaming. I wish we didn't have to pay monthly subscription fees to access or just have the ability to connect with people on the internet, okay? That's literally insane. It's kind of wild to think that a lot of the most popular games are crossplay. So if you're a PlayStation player or an Xbox or Switch player, you're always playing with PC players that never have to pay that extra subscription fee. It's wild how you've been conditioned, okay? Imagine a player base. You just cannot get them to pay a subscription fee because they know it's stupid. But you can force consoles. Now, basically what's gone on over here is Xbox used to have something known as Xbox Ultimate, which the price on it is actually hiked up by 50%. So basically, for anybody that doesn't know, Xbox was apparently this profitable venture. In September 30th, 2025, this was talked about, reaching record high revenue of $5 billion during their previous fiscal years. And this is, of course, obviously the president of Xbox going, yeah, no, it's sustainable. It is. It has to be. It absolutely is. And of course, that sustainability translates to just higher values for us to pay. So the premium is 200 games for $15 a month, which now includes new Xbox published games within a year of launch. So here's the thing that I want to talk about, okay? Obviously, Xbox Game Pass, I think, was a pretty good deal before this price hike, because for Xbox, you could get Game Pass and you could have access to all of the day one games out of the box. So let's say you wanted to play Call of Duty with your friends. Instead of paying, like, what is it, $70 for each Call of Duty release, you could pay $20 a month just to get access for the release month and play with your friends on the weekend, and then cancel your subscription later, okay? That was actually the smart, economical way to play COD. I would do that just to play the single player game, like the single player portion of Call of Duty, a bit of zombies, and once I had my like fill, once I busted the nut, I would just like leave and cancel the sub or put it on hold. But what's interesting about this play day one stuff is obviously if you go to their website, you can see that Ultimate and PC subscribers, yeah, they get access to all these things day one, and new published games from Xbox will apparently join Premium within 12 months of launch. So 1 to 12, all right, depending on how Xbox wants to deal with it. But then they have this little interesting like asterisk, and you go to like the asterisks, it then says excludes Call of Duty titles. So I don't necessarily know if this means that Call of Duty stuff is going to be on Game Pass, which was one of the biggest boons about Game Pass, by the way. Honestly, one of the only reasons I would have stuck with it, just to play the single-player portion of these games. And I kind of suspect that Call of Duty probably is losing some of its luster, given the fact that it was, at one point, I think, pretty much the most selling game every year, or one of the most selling games. Like, it's just like it's like the Madden of shooters. But the thing is, for gamers on Xbox or just PC or whatever, it's like, just pay for the subscription. Why buy the game for $60? And I'm pretty sure that hit the brand a little bit, and maybe that's why they're removing it. Again, just speculation on my end, but I found it really interesting that the only titles they wanted to exclude from this was arguably the biggest reason you would get it, or at least most people would. But what do you get with the Ultimate, which is now $30 a month, okay? So we have reached Xbox 360, quite literally, okay? The 360 is back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the reason why I talked about the Steam Deck was, if you just look at the Canadian prices, and again, you change this for America, right now, the cheapest Steam Deck is 20% off. So instead of paying for Xbox Game Pass, you could just get yourself an entire game console that is substantially cheaper than all the other handheld PCs, and buy a bunch of indie games that you can put way more hours into. You know, you could play your games like Expedition 33 on this. You could play your Yakuzas. You could play your Final Fantasies. You could play your Factorios. Actually, I would not recommend that on this. You really do need a PC when you get to like even halfway into that game, okay? It will be a cumbersome experience. You get 75 day one games a year, including all Xbox published games day one. So I think Microsoft's kind of realized that, you know, giving away the game giving away the access to the entire game is probably going to harm your sales a bit. So they've kind of hiked up the price a little bit, maybe to incentivize people to get the regular bundle. But then again, the big benefit of Game Pass was always you get to play the Xbox games day one. If you're just going to hike that up to $30 a month, then, you know, instead of paying $360 a year, I might as well look at the Xbox games that appeal to me, and there are some, like especially if it's a single-player game. I'll just buy those separately on Steam, maybe GOG if they're available there, and just fucking actually own my games, as opposed to going to the Netflix of gaming and just basically renting them. So the extra benefit they give you is Ubisoft Plus Classics. So obviously not the newest Ubisoft games you can imagine. And EA Play is included. So you basically get the Satanic brothers together. Like, unless there's something in the Ubisoft repertoire you really enjoy playing, you probably already own it. And if there's something in the EA catalog you enjoy, you probably already own it at this point. But for $30 a month, you get Fortnite Crew. And this is when I realized that Fortnite, yes, Fortnite has a monthly subscription that now gives you access to a battle pass, an OG pass, a Lego pass, and a music pass. And even the rocket pass. Bro, how many passes can a fucking game have? I'm not gonna roast Fortnite too much because ultimately I think it's probably the finest everything kind of game, you know? But damn, they're really just bundling it with all the battle passes for people. So I guess if Fortnite and all this stuff is important to you, great. But of course, play and earn up to $100 a year in the store with rewards. I want to remind you, the Microsoft reward system is basically a system that has you doing the most mundane, repetitive shit. So obviously, look, Xbox Game Pass, it was already something that I unsubscribed to because personally, I didn't play many games on the Game Pass anyways, and whatever I was interested in, usually I would wait like a few months down the road for a Steam sale or a GOG sale, you know, or you had all of the DLC now bundled with a big purchase, so then you could get the game later and actually, you know, own the game. You know, it's crazy to think that, ladies and gentlemen, like, you know, subscription services are kind of the norm, but back in the day, I literally would just buy a game like Gears of War 3. I still remember going to the midnight release for this and having a fully completed game on release. No betas, no like, hey, the campaign's coming a month later. Here's a bit of the multiplayer. Here's a little bit of the horde mode. You'll get beast mode a year later. No, it just all came day one out of the box. Okay, what a novel concept. That's pretty much what I feel is coming out of Microsoft. Okay, it really is pure fucking insanity at this point. And I don't really know what they're going on with because it's not just Game Pass. Obviously, the price for the consoles have increased too. Like the Xbox Series S's have went from $379 to $399, which isn't a crazy hike there. But when you look at things like an Xbox Series X, going from $599 to $649, and in some cases, $729 to fully $800 is insane, okay? People already have a hard time affording a video game and a video game console. And you know, looking at this being the generation where, at least for game consoles, it has substantially just gotten more expensive as the generation has gone on. And by the way, let's be completely honest, this generation of gaming, whether you're a PlayStation gamer, an Xbox gamer, a Switch gamer, I don't think it's really necessarily all that crazy. At this point, I personally feel that if there was ever any reason to not own a PC, it's gone now, okay? You might as well just build a PC at this point, install Linux, save yourself the $100 Microsoft OEM license if you're still willing to pay for that, and just start purchasing your games on sites like GOG, for instance, where games like Expedition 33 can be bought for 58 Canadian. And this is a game that you own without any form of DRM preventing you, unlike the consoles, unlike even Steam. You know, even going onto these platforms and just going down into their mods list, you know, having access to things like Stalker Anomaly, which might as well be its own $60 game. This mod is this good. Having access to things like SWAT Elite Force, Give Me Deus Ex, Diablo Beelzebub, you might as well just start spending your money on a lot of these different platforms instead of just Xbox or PlayStation or Switch, and actually start owning your games, okay? It's crazy when you look at some of these games, like, you can't even deny me, John Woo's Stranglehold is probably one of the best little shooters you could enjoy for the weekend, and the fact that it's available for $2.79 to own is actually a fucking insane steal. And of course, obviously, for, again, Microsoft, they've got another thing coming by, which is the Xbox Ally X, the Rogue Xbox Ally X. And what's insane, too, is, like, it seems like a pretty decent handheld, and then you look at the price, and it's like $1,300. Now, $1,300 ain't necessarily all that bad, I guess, if you're somebody with just a burning hole in your fucking pocket, and you're somebody that's like, I really need to play the most top-of-the-line Unreal Engine 5 game available on my device. If you're not that kind of a person, and I assume most people aren't that kind of person, okay? You know, picking up the Steam Deck for literally a fraction of that price and actually spending the $360 you would have that year on maybe even an indie game a month, I'm pretty sure you can have more hours spent having fun times gaming than just renting video games online for the sake of it, especially considering the fact that now the medium package that they're offering doesn't even have Xbox games available day one, which, might I remind you, was the only real reason that I subscribed to this service to begin with. If now every Xbox game is not, like the new Forza Horizon game, if that's not going to launch on the regular Game Pass, if I have to pay the $30 version, at that point, I might just consider purchasing it on Steam, so at least I can play it on things like the Steam Deck, or at least own a copy of it down the road. Because especially with things like racing games, you never know when, like, licensing just pulls the cord. It's one of the reasons why for every Forza game, as much as I reasonably can, I always have them physically, because I know down the road things just completely get delisted, especially with racing games that have that much licensed content inside them. Now, I don't want to just make this video because I want to shit entirely on Xbox. I just don't understand what Xbox is doing. I think raising your prices up and pissing off the gamer this way is just never really a good thing. But the kind of model that Xbox is doing is really not so different from like all these other big tech companies. Look, PlayStation has its own subscription service that I'm also not a huge fan of. I think the value provided there really isn't that good. It's probably, in my opinion, less than you get with Xbox Game Pass. You know, I think like maybe arguably the Nintendo Switch one might be good because the older classic Nintendo library, like the virtual console, is pretty cool. And then you remember very quickly that, you know, the Steam Deck exists, cell phones, Android phones exist where you can install emulators to and not have to pay those, you know, subscription fees in general. This, and at least in that case, you can at least own your fucking game too. These are all scenarios where, again, I feel like subscription mania is just insane these days. It's not just gaming. It's gotten to the point where, like, you know, I don't have like Netflix. I don't have like the Disney Plus. I had Disney Plus just for a little bit because I wanted to watch like the Star Wars movies. And then I remembered, oh my God, the oceans exist. And then, of course, obviously, you've got other situations too, like, you know, at least in Canada, you got Crave. You've got a subscription service for basically anything at this point. And gaming is not far away from that, you know? Xbox has its service, PlayStation, Nintendo. I mean, we've just seen Fortnite has its own for its Battle Pass, like, amalgamation, Ubisoft, EA. It's getting to the point where everyone is getting subscription fatigue. And I'm not joking. When you really look into your finances, if you are somebody that is a subscription enjoyer, you probably don't really realize it, but it is a death by 1,000 cut situation. Like, really, I'm seriously telling you, audit your actual subscriptions and see how much really leaves your account every month when these things start getting charged. Okay, there's a good chance, you have subscriptions that you probably don't care about, but you're just too lazy to get rid of. And I really feel like for these business models like Xbox, that's the business they were going for. Get people to sign up for the $20 package or $30 a month and hope to God that they're just too lazy to go through, the websites and the dark pattern ridden shit that we have to cancel services, right? That's really what I think is going down here. Look, ultimately the end, it's your money. You spend it the way you want to. I'm sure for some people who primarily only have an Xbox will enjoy the Game Pass, even if it's $30 a month, because this also includes the indie games that they enjoy playing. And if the Xbox is literally all you have, then this might still be the cheapest way to get access to your games. But with the way these prices are going up, I can't imagine a year from now, these prices won't jump up to $35 a month. And look, at that point, you might as well stop being the frog that's boiled in water. You might as well consider maybe switching to PC, maybe building a cheaper budget PC rig, and then trying your hand at Steam or the various other PC storefronts that exist and taking advantage of the mass amount of sales that the PC community gets. So you can play those indie games and actually probably save money in the long term because you're not paying subscriptions to play online or rent games at an exorbitant value. You actually have access to real, true freedom. That's really where I get into. Again, the way that this generation is going, I don't even think I'll probably get the next generation of systems, especially if they take away, the whole notion of physical media, which is something that is very near and dear to me. I think at this point, if I'm going to continue gaming down the road, it's probably going to be exclusively just on PC. I also think it's interesting too, going into the future with all these AAA companies out there, I feel like my interest in AAA has diminished so rapidly, especially in the last 12 months that aside from games like Grand Theft Auto 6 and Resident Evil Requiem, obviously, I really don't have any other AAA game on my radar. So the whole notion of spending that $60 or $70 on a AAA game doesn't even, shock me all that much. It doesn't bother me because I know that realistically, I'm spending less on the AAA stuff. And so, for companies like Microsoft that are slowly raising these prices, ultimately, I think they have to also realize they're competing with like Rockstar Games, like actual really good AAA stuff. And that is ultimately going to nip them in the ass down the road. But who knows, man? I mean, this is just me saying it, okay? This is just my analysis of the situation. I'm sure that, down the road, the backlash will probably not be there. It's probably all just the internet anyways. People will still be paying these insane subscription prices. And, a while from now, it might be $40 a month next year. It might be even more. Who knows? But ultimately, I think Game Pass is just one of those things which started off pretty cool. But even I knew back then it was unsustainable because releasing your games day one and selling them for $60 was never a smart business option. And I think for companies like Microsoft that have already spent so much money in other things like AI, I really feel like this is Microsoft as a company coming down to Xbox and saying, listen, it's time to start making money, okay? All right, like the fucking pimp has come down and they're slapping their bottom bitch and they're telling them, you better start hustling. Otherwise, there might be some cuts that are willing to be made. I don't know. But anyways, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
if there is any single element that Paul fails to prove, he loses. And so basically, Logan Paul has to prove that CoffeeZilla made a false statement of fact about him. Logan Paul's case against CoffeeZilla is totally cooked because he can't prove that CoffeeZilla's statements about him were false.
Breaking news! Logan Paul's case against CoffeeZilla is getting rejected, and Logan Paul is losing the battle with CoffeeZilla. This won't just destroy Logan Paul's reputation, but it could also land him in huge legal trouble.
Defamation case ultimately says the term scam should be defined. This could kill Logan Paul's defamation case against CoffeeZilla.
All because he tried to harass CoffeeZilla with lawsuits, even though Logan himself was the one who actually committed fraud and scammed his fans. So in today's video, we're bringing you guys the brand new update on the Logan Paul versus CoffeeZilla case, where the court just put the case on pause for mediation, which basically means both sides are being told to try to settle things outside of trial. Let me explain this in simple words for you. The court is giving Logan Paul and CoffeeZilla until November 10th, 2025 to figure things out in mediation. That means they'll sit with a neutral person and try to solve the issue without going to trial. By October 10th, 2025, both Logan and CoffeeZilla's lawyers have to submit one joint report explaining what's happening with mediation and what's happening with another connected case called Don Holland v. CryptoZoo Inc. And finally, everything else is paused. No new hearings, no witness questioning, and no legal moves until the judge gets this report.
Also comes after some pretty brutal things happened for the plaintiffs in the CryptoZoo class action case.
The judge gave them more time, asked for an update, and froze everything else until then. Before we dive deeper into how Logan Paul lied and scammed his fans, let's talk about why this case could destroy his WWE career. If Logan Paul loses, it could even cost him his WWE contract. WWE has a very strict reputation policy. They don't like working with people who have legal issues, especially if it's connected to major scams. Look at Brock Lesnar. He was away from WWE for years just because of his legal troubles, and only came back after everything was clear. And even more shocking, Vince McMahon, the owner and chairman of WWE, had to step down after facing serious allegations. So if someone at Vince's level can be pushed out for scandals, then Logan Paul, who's already hated for his scams, is definitely at risk of losing everything if he loses this case. Let's rewind and see how Logan Paul ended up in this mess. It all started with Logan Paul's so-called crypto project called CryptoZoo. He promised fans an NFT game where they could buy animal eggs, hatch them, and earn money from rare animals.
Chain project that I created about a year, and it yields a rare hybrid animal. That animal then yields and collects a token.
But here's the truth. The game never worked. Developers weren't paid, and thousands of fans lost their money. That's when CoffeeZilla, the internet's most famous investigator, stepped in. He released multiple videos exposing CryptoZoo, showing the lies, the fake roadmap, and how Logan himself was connected to the scam.
What did you guys make from CryptoZoo?
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000.
But if you really think about it, who were the ones actually scammed here? It wasn't millionaires or billionaires. No, it was mostly poor, hopeful people. People who barely had any money. They scraped together whatever little they had, just hoping to change their luck. And Logan Paul scammed them. He took advantage of their dreams. In this video from the Joe Rogan podcast with CoffeeZilla, even Joe Rogan confronted this issue directly. They talked about how Logan didn't just mess up a business project, he betrayed people who trusted him. People who couldn't afford to lose what little they had.
Last, and people are going to know, and it's going to be more difficult for the next person to, and again, it's not the wealthy investors that will sue. It's these people that put in $2,000 and it was the only $2,000 they had. That's where it's so valuable, and I know that you feel that way, and it comes through in your video, and I think that's why it's appealing and that's why it's working.
I really discovered early on that nobody cares about the numbers.
Logan Paul never cared about the people he scammed. He was so shady that all he wanted was to rig people, take their money, and then create fake drama just to harass CoffeeZilla and others who exposed him. And the irony is, this whole drama backfired on Logan Paul. Instead of making him look smart, it made him look like a coward, someone who hides from accountability while pretending to be a big star. The damage was huge. Logan Paul's reputation crashed, his fans turned against him, and he became one of the most hated influencers online. Instead of apologizing and fixing using it, Logan attacked CoffeeZilla, threatened him, and eventually even sued him.
Enforcement in the past, but his work was described as not anchored to truth and often speculative.
But CoffeeZilla didn't back down. He stood firm, backed by solid evidence, and made Logan look worse with every move.
Did look to me like CoffeeZilla was likely to win that argument. And that's where we find out what evidence Logan Paul is so afraid of. Specifically, we start seeing an open reference to some criminal investigations of Logan Paul specifically.
And now, after all of this, the court has forced both sides into mediation. But let's be real. Everyone knows Logan Paul is guilty. Now the thing is bad and concerning for Logan Paul, because the court is now saying if Logan wants to escape, he should prove a lot of things against CoffeeZilla. Here you will see the legal analyst Legal Bytes expose this issue.
If there is any single element that Paul fails to prove, he loses. And so basically, Logan Paul has to prove that CoffeeZilla made a false statement of fact about him to a third party with actual malice. And he also has to prove that the statement was the kind of statement that would cause reputational harm, and that Logan Paul, in fact, did suffer reputational harm as a result of the thing that CoffeeZilla said about him.
So Logan Paul also knows there is actually nothing to prove, because in this CryptoZoo mess, what CoffeeZilla dug up about Logan Paul was backed by every kind of evidence. Now the court is basically telling Logan Paul to prove that evidence is false, which is practically impossible. And because of that, both the CryptoZoo scam case and the defamation case against CoffeeZilla are turning out to be totally devastating for Logan Paul.
Defamation case,
which is practically impossible. And because of that, both the CryptoZoo scam case and the defamation case against CoffeeZilla are turning out to be totally devastating for Logan Paul.
Defamation case ultimately says the term scam should be defined. This could kill Logan Paul's defamation case against CoffeeZilla. And that's because remember how I said earlier that Logan Paul has to prove every element of defamation in order to win. So if the definition that they land on is basically what amounts to actual fraud, then Logan Paul's case against CoffeeZilla is totally cooked because he can't prove that CoffeeZilla's statements about him were false. And that means he can't prove all of the elements of defamation, which means that Paul loses.
I think Logan Paul should be held accountable, and this time it looks like he's actually trapped by the law. But nothing is confirmed yet, because Logan Paul can do anything. He can manipulate others and even try to turn the case around using his money. That's exactly what he's trying to do now. Even before, he did the same thing, manipulating his audience and others during this whole CryptoZoo scam. And you want proof, right? Let me give you one. Remember when BBC News tried to interview Logan Paul? They came all the way just to hear his side, to let him explain the truth in front of the camera. Fans were waiting for answers. People wanted clarity. But what did Logan do? Instead of facing them, he made up another drama. He literally sent a lookalike to trick the BBC reporter. Imagine that. A major news outlet traveled a long distance, and Logan Paul played games with them by sending someone who looked like him just to avoid the truth.
What's up, dude? How's it going? Thanks. Matt. Sorry, I'm tired. No worries.
Hit me with the all right.
All right. How are you enjoying Puerto Rico? Yeah.